かする
Sound? Audio? Why did this not have audio? Did it mute it? Come on, Road Link. When you do work well, but sometimes you just don't work. Anyways, audio is back. Okay, that was, I just closed the door to shut up the BCN signal, which is printing outside. That is a 30-hour print. So far, it's doing pretty well. But yeah, what a stressful evening so far. I've been spending the last 3 hours trying to figure this thing out and trying to figure out, why exactly. First of all, I couldn't upload any firmware to it. And second of all, when I did manage to upload something and I connected, it just stopped. It didn't respond with anything. It responded with like the default board info and parameters and that sort of stuff, but then it just stopped working entirely. No sound. Anthony Williams, you're late. Yeah, audio is good. Actually, I was probably clipping there. But today, hopefully, first print, that is the idea. But let's first go through what the problem was with this machine. So actually it was two problems. Bo doesn't want to be mod. Okay, I can fix that. There were two things that I had to fix with this guy. First of all, actually it's connected to the laptop right now. First of all, I did give it a new Arduino. Maybe this one's better, I guess. So as you can see, that's the original one, the original Arduino Mega that I had on the, that I zip tied to the frame originally. I feel like I'm remembering that was one that wasn't working before, because this is not one that I bought new. This is one that I had, just like the other one that's on here right now. But yeah, this one just had some issues with the, I don't know, with either the small AT USB that's on here. These don't use either the FTDI or the CH34 boards. They actually use an extra AT-Mega or AT-USB 90 chip to bridge this main AT-Mega 2560 to the USB. This one doesn't do USB, but this one does. But this one obviously doesn't have the resources to drive everything else. So they're doing a two-chip solution. Something is wrong there. I don't know what exactly went wrong, but no idea. I dropped a new one in, also a cheapo clone. This one doesn't have the white silk screen on the back that makes it look like a genuine one. But this one works. So I've tried everything out. Arduino finally accepted the firmware, no problem. I was able to upload it. But next up, as soon as I plugged in the RAMs, it just didn't do anything. It didn't report any temperatures. It didn't respond to any queries. And as soon as that thing was plugged in, I couldn't upload anymore. So yeah, the Arduino by itself was working, but now with the RAMs plugged in. But as it turns out, I don't know if this camera actually shows you guys the, I guess that can work. If you turn this on, is that only reflections? Oh, look at that. That's actually pretty decent. So what I figured out was happening here is, something on the RX pin, which are these over here, these two pins over here, was going wrong. It wasn't doing anything. So if we measure these, oh no, it's fine. What the hell? There's 5 volt, there's nothing. Okay. Was it the other side? No. Okay. I don't know if I'm seeing ghosts or something, but when I was testing, it's weird. But when I was testing the RAMs board just by itself, it might just be some sort of a solder ball on the backside. But when I was testing the RAMs by itself, I was actually measuring 12 volts somehow making its way through to the RX pin on the RAM shield and into the Arduino. Because what I did notice was, I removed that pin, that V-in pin that connects the 12 volt input power to the input of the voltage regulator on the Arduino. I removed that pin, and when I powered up the power supply, it was still powering up the Arduino, just with like 3 volts or something. But oh yeah, 12 volts not plugged in. Thanks. That would obviously explain why I'm not seeing 12 volts there. 12 volts not plugged in. But what was I saying? Yeah, as soon as I turned on the power supply, as soon as I plugged that in, the Arduino would also boot up. But there was theoretically there was no way it was getting power. So apparently it was getting that 12 volt fed through the RX pin, and then it was, those pins have like internal pull-up diodes, freewheeling diodes, because there are a CMOS output gate. So that would feed back into the main supply rail and then somehow power the weird stuff. It might just have burned everything down, but good thing is these AT-Mega chips are pretty robust. So I do have to give Atmel props for that. They do make pretty nice and robust chips. So yeah, I don't know, this main camera looks awfully gray and dull, but we'll stick for it. Also, I would like to apologize for this sweater. I don't know, every time I wash it, it just keeps getting smaller. Now it's like this skin suit. Whatever. Okay, but I've tested a few things here. It works, it moves, it heats, it senses temperature. So let's go try it out. So this guy again is plugged into the laptop. I've not fastened the RAMs plus Arduino combo to the frame yet. I don't know if I'm still going to do that. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just going to leave it dangling like that for a more authentic look as soon as this guy starts moving around. We'll see. So yeah, I guess I do have to put a quick zip tie around this guy just to keep it from completely tumbling over. But yeah, the USB connection works. Everything. And what Corny is saying, yeah, the GPIO, the microcontroller can be powered through one of the GPIOs. That has actually been used in like energy harvesting applications. I think it was on Hackaday a few years ago, where someone was using an ATtiny, like one of the 50-cent. Are they 50 cent or more expensive? I don't know. One of the 50-cent Atmel chips that have the same core as the Atmegas, but are just much smaller. Used one of those, and because it only had like 8 pins or something, he used one of the GPIOs and fed power in through that, even though it was not an official power in port. And that worked. And yeah, that's the same effect I was seeing here. So I guess that should be close enough. Toms3d.org is actually whitelisted for chat, I believe, unless the YouTube filter keeps picking it out. But Nightbot should be okay with links to Twitter, Toms3d, Thingiverse, Umagine, all those good pages. So let's see. Okay, you might also notice that the ZX is way further down than we had last time. Last time it was just up here. And it does work, it does move, so that is awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and plug it in. I know there's not going to be any white smoke, and as I said, I probably jinxed it. No, okay. That's still working, so we can see the end stops. They actually light up as we push them. You should be able to see the red light there. The bed probe works, the heated bed works. Well, let's go ahead and connect this guy. Okay, so the YouTube spam filter is pretty horrible. I did not need any extra driver on Windows to get the Atmega to communicate. Can I clear this? No, I cannot. It is working fine with the default Arduino drivers because from a technical standpoint, there is no difference between the clone Arduino Mega and the genuine ones. It uses the exact same components. It uses the exact same USB to communicate. So yeah, that is working with the default drivers. So let's check it out. Pronterface. This is the one just from the Prusa. Is it prusaresearch.org? But from the official Prusa drivers. They give you a nice pre-built version. I enabled the temperature graphs to make that a bit more visible. Let's see, COM9, that should be correct. No, that is the wrong one. Let's see, as I say that, I can't actually connect to anything anymore. And my hotkey stopped working. There you go. Let's try that again. I do have it plugged in through a USB hub, so that might be the problem. So I guess if I unplug something, okay, hold on. I need to unplug something. Baud rate is correct. I connected with those exact settings a minute ago. Why are we not getting port 9? Come on. Let's unplug that and replug that into a different output on the USB hub. The thing is with laptops for streaming and for doing this sort of stuff, you do run out of USB ports pretty quickly. Even though this guy has... here we go. Okay, this guy has there, like 3 USB ports, but I've still got a hub connected to every single one of those ports. So there we go. Printer is online. We are getting temperature readings 17 degrees. Yes, it is fairly chilly in here. That is very accurate. We are getting these settings that we configured a minute ago. And the one thing I tried last stream was sending a M114, giving us the current position the printer thinks it's at, and an M119 to check the end stops. And actually, if we trigger one of these, it should actually change. Yeah, that is the X-min. So that is working. The camera going black. The camera is not going black, hopefully, today. Yeah, but grounding is very weird when you have one ground point, another ground point for the laptop power supply, then the... Well, I guess the camera power supplies are ungrounded, so they're floating. But yeah, I've got the printer and the laptop into a single outlet strip today, so that is working. So what we're seeing right now, triggered. None of these end stops are physically triggered. None of these end stops are being pushed right now, unless of course I push them in. So that is the one setting we need to change in firmware, which is to invert or to change the inversion state of each of these end stops. So that is the first note. The second thing I want to check for right now is the travel direction. So I'm going to move X to about the center, Y to about the center position. And let's see, I can enable this guy, but that's... if we enable this one, you might be able to see it a bit better. Okay, so again, Z positive is up, Y positive is the bed moving forward, and X positive is the extruder moving to your... Wow. Left? Right? Right. So let's see, let's move that guy over here to somewhere around there. And this one we don't need. So let's move this guy. X positive by 10. That is correct. It is moving in exactly the correct direction. I can't move it in the other direction right now because it says end stop hit. Because obviously the X minimum end stop is still triggered, and it's, you know, it won't let you run past the end stop. So that is good. That is working. And obviously right here the motor isn't, the stepper motor is now engaged, so I can't move it by hand. Let's try the Y axis. Y positive. That's not moving a whole lot, so we do still need to change or adjust the stepper drivers. These are just fresh out of the box. These are completely unadjusted. So yeah, I can move it by hand. I can feel it being slightly harder to push because the motor is engaged, but there's not, you know, there's not a whole lot of current going to it. And the Z axis, let's try that. Let's try 10 millimeters down. This is fairly noisy, so I'm guessing the stepper driver isn't entirely happy about two motors in parallel, but it is working, and I think we can also move it up. Yeah. In this case, it is letting us move past the triggered end stop because we're specifying auto bed leveling, and I guess in that case, it just ignores the end stop right there. So that's fine. So we need to, so travel directions are okay. Travel directions are okay for every axis. For every axis. X, Y, and Z are okay, but we need to invert the end stops and adjust the stepper drivers for, at least for the Y axis, and I'm guessing the X and Z axis are fine, so we don't really need to mess with that. Let's see, and I think I'm just gonna tune that by eye because, like, who cares? There is not a whole lot. What is that noise? Okay, but now this guy is perfectly solid as the pop-up comes up, but you can see it on the second cam. Now this guy is, yeah, you just tune him through the little potentiometers. I did make a video about the topic a while ago, just tuning currents and why it really doesn't matter. I usually just set them as high as I can. And this one is like smack in the center. This one is somewhere at the limit. This might actually be at the... No, it's really cool. So that one doesn't care. And this one is also somewhere in the center, as is this guy. Well, let's also get this one to the center position. And unless we're getting thermal shutdowns, which are very noticeable just from an audible position, you can hear the motors just click, 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 click. Unless we're getting that, I don't think we need to change anything. So these are all just configured to the exact center position on the potentiometers. Let's see. That does sound better. And unless they shut down from like thermal protection. Yes, okay, it's dragging the USB cord. But that's fine. Okay, so that is adjusted. Cool. Use a ceramic one? Yeah. I guess that's the least of my worries right now about this machine. Ceramic screwdriver, yeah, if you slide off and short something out, you might blow a stepper driver, but I've not managed to do that yet. Plus this screwdriver is too large for the potentiometers anyway, so literally who cares? Who cares? Adjust the current to the stepper motors. That is not the way you go about it, because the stepper motors can handle much more current than the stepper drivers can. And if you actually set the current to exactly what the motors need, you're just going to get thermal shutdowns. Plus, stepper motors only have a maximum current. They will work at currents above that, but they will heat more, and they will work at currents below that, but they will produce proportionally less torque. So a stepper motor doesn't have a required current. It will work with lower currents, but it's just going to produce less torque and load the stepper driver less. Okay. We need to change the cameras. No. Yes. We need to change the cameras and actually go into configuration and invert the end stops. So this is the exact same configuration that we had last time. Set to true to invert the logic of the end stop. Okay, let's do that. So min, these are all inverting now. So what we're getting right now with triggered should be open, and as soon as we close them, it should go into the open position. We're open, reporting state. So the question is, am I using a full metal E3D clone? I am actually using a Teflon improved version of the E3D V6 clones. I realized that I didn't have one of the clone all metal heat breaks. There are copies that actually use the all metal approach that don't have a Teflon tube, but many of them will have the improved heat break, which, considering the quality of the machining you're gonna get, is probably the better choice. Water Rockets Berlin. Hold on. Done. Okay. So that is uploaded. That is done. Thank you. How friendly of you are, AVR dude. Prawn to face. And connect. There we go. So let's try that again. M114, that's the positioning. M119, that is the end stops. And now they are all open, open, open. So let's try those again. X-axis. Click that again. X-axis triggered. y-axis triggered, and the sensor with a metal part. That's the numpad. Oh, arrow up does work. Zoom in, triggered. So all the sensors are working. That is great. There are only 2 people banned from chat right now. One is that guy I just banned for asking about the A8, and the other one is some random account that was banned, like from an earlier stream. Nobody else is banned, as far as I can tell. Okay, so that is working. So we can now home each axis. So x-axis, let's try that. Home. Ooh, it actually lifts up a bit before it heads into the end stop. That is cool. I didn't know Moylan did that these days. To be honest, I've not done a full Moylan from scratch configuration for a while. But x-axis homes beautifully. Let's try the y-axis. Very nice. Of course, it is dragging through the wires back here. So in a real productive build, if you want to copy this thing, you would probably want to clean up this wiring mass back here. So that's that. And the z-axis. I don't know if I can actually home the z-axis right now. I should be able to. Let's just try and see what it does. I'm going to keep my finger on the power switch. That moves up slightly. Okay, as you might be able to tell, the z-axis spindles do wobble slightly. Just so slightly. They actually rub in the top linear rod mounts, but I don't think the wobbling matters that much. Ah, yes, it is triggering. Okay. It is triggering way too low, though. Is it actually going to do a full G29? No, it actually just moves up. Yeah, the Z-wobble. The thing is, as I've explained in the earlier streams, because we're using M5 threaded rods and because we're using those super flexible hose couplers, I don't think this wobble is actually going to transfer into the x-axis. I don't think that's going to matter. Z-wobble is something you see on your prints and not on your z-axis. I've had printers that had horrible Z-wobble on the spindles right there, like this one, and printed perfectly. So that's not a very clear indicator of how your machine is going to perform. Okay, but what I did notice is that the sensor was still triggering way too low. The nozzle was actually a millimeter or something below the bed when the sensor itself triggered. So yeah, I am gonna have to move this one down a tiny bit more. Well, actually, quite a bit more. But first, let's take care of this tea. My throat is not doing well, and I'm heading out to CeBIT and the Sweden 3D printing meetup day after tomorrow in the very early morning. So I'm trying not to wreck my voice too early. But I guess there's only so much I can do. Okay, z-axis sensor. So this guy, these are still the MK2, the original MK2 parts without the S suffix. So the newer parts of the MK2S actually have a different type of clamp that lets you adjust the sensor. Well, I'm actually turning it the wrong way. That actually lets you adjust the sensor a bit more easily. Like this one is mostly trial and error. Just, turn it down a few turns and then reinsert it and try getting in the line again. So let's see. Yes, I am coming to Sweden this weekend. It's actually, I am surprised they are marketing my visit as one of the big events. And if you head over to the 3dmeetup.se, I think is the page. Simone might post a link in a second. You're gonna see, yeah, hey, it's the 3D printing meetup, and Tom is gonna be there, which I'm honored, but I think it's a bit too much. But yeah, who am I to complain? James Allen, you're here too late. Just scroll back to the start of the stream and watch that again, because I already explained everything. Safe Z homing, yeah, you can obviously define a safe homing position, and you can use something like a BL Touch, etc., etc., etc. But the BL Touch is like, how much is that thing? 40 bucks? 25, 40 bucks? It's really freaking expensive for just a Z-axis sensor. Actually, I did adjust it a bit too low, so I'm just redoing it once more. Yeah, the BL Touch is really expensive. This sensor is 5 bucks shipped. So, as many decisions in this printer build, it's about price and also about compatibility with the original Mark II. How do I read chat so easily? I will mention that again, but the front camera, that camera you're looking into right now, that has a I don't know any better way to do this, but like if you look into that, that's what I'm seeing right now. That up top, that's the camera, and that is a 32-inch flat screen zip tied to the tripod. Works. Okay, I'm guessing this looks better. Let's just tighten it up and try again. And let's actually move this guy into somewhere where the yeah, we're gonna see some action. And we can move this guy down. And there we go. So the thing is with this part cooling fan shroud back here, or up here, you can't really see the nozzle, so I would have to turn this thing around, but you're gonna see the bed flex in a second if it actually does scratch. Touchdown and crash. That's the word. Okay. Z home, let's do that again. Ah, yes. Okay, that looks about perfect. So, am I gonna do a comparison between this and the original one? Yes, eventually. That's the plan. Zip ties? Who's talking about zip ties? That there are plenty of zip ties in here. So, if you guys look at this from the back, got the nozzle and the sensor, well, the other way around. Nozzle here, sensor over there. And let's home this guy one more time. Because the essential, the one thing we want to, the bed is bent, yeah, I know. Mesh bed leveling for the win. The one thing I'm looking for here is that the sensor doesn't touch when, the nozzle doesn't touch when the sensor triggers. And, oh, it does. Okay. But if you go slowly, does it still touch? No, it's actually, it's at zero height. Is couplers are twisting? Yeah, I don't think so. It's at pretty much zero height, so we're just gonna have to see if we can get away with that. Okay, that's that. Actually, let's try G29. So, will there be an LCD with buttons too? Yes, you can add one. All the connectors are there. I haven't added one for simplicity right now because I, did have enough stuff to build already. But in this case, you are free to do that, and I think I'm gonna, eventually make a video about adding one down the road. So let's see. We did configure the firmware for auto bed. I don't want to say tramming because people get at me and say, hey, you're using these words wrong. Auto bed mesh leveling, that's what the official approach is. So people were saying, yeah, the bed is bent. I know that. This is a very, very flimsy aluminum bed. Just to show it again, it is fairly stiff once it's bolted down, but this is just a 1.6 millimeter aluminum bed. You can see how much that just flexes. But the thing is, since we do have auto bed mesh leveling, the printer is going to correct for that. Yes, it is slightly going to skew your print, but your prints still warp when you take them off of a bed, off of a heated bed, or even a cold bed. They will always have just that slight warp to it, and the warp from the heated bed, from a warped bed like this, isn't going to matter that much in the grand scheme of things. So G29, G28 is home all axes. Actually, let's do that first. Let's do G28. That's the same as pressing this home button over here, and that's homing everything. Oh, that is close. It's just barely missing the screws in the corner there. Guess that's a lucky coincidence. And let's do the G29. Okay, finger on the power switch. But that is looking good. Oh, it's actually slowing down. That's cool. It's slowing down before it needs to. Awesome. Yeah, I've not enabled Save Z homing yet. That was a bit low. But that's something like the final configuration is definitely going to have. This bed does not have a ooh, that squeak though. This bed does not have any sort of a PI sheet or adhesive on it yet. There are still a few things that I want to do. First off, the thermistor I've noticed isn't heating or isn't picking up temperature too well because it's out in the open. Literally over here, that's the thermistor hole, and there's nothing on top. So I would put some epoxy just in it to yeah, to smooth that out and to encase the thermistor better. And ooh, that squeak. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put some grease on that. What was it saying? Yeah, put some epoxy over this. And also I noticed that this heated bed is crap, just like the RAMs that we just used. So don't touch it. Yeah, it's fine. So that's that. And yeah, this bed is not heating well. I've measured it before. This bed has 6 ohms of resistance, 6.1 roughly. So I am thinking they didn't use the proper copper thickness or something, because I checked, I double checked, it is properly wired up for 12 volts. You can wire this up as 24 volts, but it has 6 times the resistance it's supposed to have. So it's just not heating up properly at all. It's I can see the MOSFET heating, I can see it drawing power, but it's just not drawing power as it should. It's not drawing enough power, it's not heating enough. So this one is definitely off my recommended list. Go with a thicker, a proper one, definitely. I know that it's 24 volt resistant, but I double checked, it's correctly wired up for 12 volts. I'm guessing there is something burned up in the PCB, or some trace not where it's supposed to be. But touch the bolt. Okay. I will need to make those a bit tighter as well. By the way, that's the matrix. So heated bed, this one not recommended. Someone's saying something touched the bolt. Yeah, probably over here. That looks like it hit something. But yeah, this is bilinear leveling. Someone asked if it was just mesh bed leveling or actual bilinear leveling. and the bilinear one is gonna correct for warp, etc., and not just for a slanted bed. Okay, should I fix it? Yeah, let's quickly fix that. So leveling. Oh, excuse me. That's over here. Is that the right one? Or bilinear? Okay. Let's move this guy in a bit further. So that's 180. Let's get this guy to like 165. And this one maybe also 170. And that's just going to constrain the area where we can print it. It's going to level, I think, outside this box on the bed too, but not as precisely, but that's okay. In probe edge, can we up this to like 20? Let's see. And this is going to compile. We can disconnect while that compiles. There we go. What user error are you talking about, George? User error of the Chinese guy soldering up? Maybe. Benchy Vaser Frog. Yeah, in my case, it doesn't really matter that the heated bed doesn't heat up too well. For this one, for me, this is just an experimental. This one is just an experimental bed covering, anyways. So, well, an experimental heated bed, anyways. The grand scheme of things, the grand plan is to put a Mark 42 clone on here. So. Once we're finished testing and like tuning this thing in, this thing is gonna get a Mark 42 clone, so no worries about that. And G29. Auto PID calibration, yes, that is a good plan, a good idea for, I guess, at least for the hot end, because like the okay, that's a G28. That is scarily close to the corner bolt there. Auto PID tuning for the hot end, the heated bed, again, that is basically useless since it doesn't really heat up to usable temperature. It does heat up to like 32-ish degrees, but not much more. And yes, this probe will work with the Mark 42 clone. You just need to find the spots precisely which the, oh yeah, that is bending down, which the Prusa firmware can do. It can do that auto spot finding. It's weird that it's bending down in the front right, your left, printer right. I'll get front left over there. It did touch the bed and bend down, so I'm just not going to worry about that too much right now, because I'm just going to avoid that area. I'm just going to print like here. And yeah, just not go close to the corners right now. That squeaking is getting on my nerves. You might be able to hear it, but it's mostly squeaking, whoops. It's mostly squeaking up top here, I think, where it's actually rubbing against the Z-axis holders. The fan shot hits the bed bolt. On the front? What version of Marlin am I using? I am using the standard Marlin from GitHub. Okay. Leveling is done. Looks very similar to just a second ago. So next up, let's try heaters. Yes, there is a RC8, correct, that is the one. There is a Mark 42 clone project on Indiegogo right now. I am talking to a guy who has, you know, who can successfully manufacture them. Let me just show you that thing again. Don't bother going to the URL yet. there is no page on it. And he said it took him a few iterations to get this thing manufactured, to communicate to the Chinese manufacturers what exactly he wants, that he needs a consistent copper thickness, that he needs exactly the copper thickness that he specified. That was hard enough. And then also getting them to make these, this is actually proper 3mm, and it is very flat. It is properly flat. Communicating that, figuring that out with the PCB manufacturer, he says that was pretty hard. And essentially he doesn't really know how the Indiegogo guys are doing it with no prototype yet, and how they can promise that that working Mark 42-bit. But we'll see. Kickstarter is always a fun project, a fun shot in the dark. Okay, let's just try the heaters and see what they do and whether they actually work. I did try this before, but let's just set this and this guy. So 230 on the hot end and 100 on the heated bed. And we can see the hot end is actually heating up 25. That is going really quickly. Drucken Sie Drachenfrosch, Bill's saying. Okay. So that's heating up. The hot end is coming along pretty well. The heated bed is not doing a whole lot, and that's exactly the problem that I talked about. This heated bed just seems to have the wrong resistance. It does heat up evenly. I've tried that before, but it just doesn't heat up quickly at all. No magic smoke yet, because this heated bed has such a high resistance. It's not putting any sort of load on the power supply, on the wiring, on the ramps, on the MOSFETs, on anything there. It's just... well, it's well, is it? Yeah, I think it's actually drawing less power than the heater cartridge in the hot end. So I'm starting to smell things, which I guess is good. I think I also saw just a tiny puff of smoke come off of this thing. Oh yeah, it's definitely smelling. It is most definitely smelling right now. But then it's just the, oh yeah, coolant. Oh, nice. Right there. Might be able to see some puffs in every now and then. That's just the coolant from manufacturing, and all the waxes and all of that sort of stuff that's coming off. It's burning off. Shouldn't be too critical. Yes, the heated bed is taking ages to heat up. Again, it doesn't have the correct resistance. And in a second, Marlin is going to fail with a watchdog error or something along those lines. So I'm just going to keep it at 30 and leave it at that, and essentially tell it, okay, 30 is fine. I'm going to put some 3D lac on this guy anyway, so we're okay there. Now the hot end is heated up. It's creeping up to temperature. It's actually looking pretty good. It's looking like we don't actually have to tweak the PID settings at all. This is looking pretty good. Do I have a way to give just the bed 24 volts? Yes, I do. But I don't really want to mess with it right now. What is this? This is ABS. Okay. What should we use? What is this? This is looking nice. This is a Prima Select Satin PLA. What filament should we load? So we are going to load... let's see, we are going to load PLA. What we have the green PLA plus, we have the transparent, that's so nice. We have gray dust. We also have the satin white Prima Select. We have, I think one of those is PLA as well. We've got black, tan, silver. I guess we should stick it. We should stick with the same one that we used for the original Mark II, the Filamentum Silver. I think that would be a nice match. Yellow, creamy yellow, turquoise, purple. Choices? No. We're starting with PLA today. We're not doing any of the specialty filaments yet. Rapunzel Silver, that would be a nice thing. Sorry for having your super chat scrolling fast so by, Chris, but thanks for the $5 Canadian. That is always appreciated. Silver, Chinese PLA, green for the win, green, yellow, green dust, Why not Prusa? Let's actually go with the purple, blue, something contrasting. Yeah, whichever one I can load up the quickest. I think we do have the silver bed, so I think something like the purple, yep, rigid ink should actually work pretty well. Let's just cut this. Let's actually see if this hot bolt can drag in the filament like the original one can. So let's see, 50 millimeters. Yeah, at 500 millimeters a second, that sounds about right. True, is this turning the right way? Is this turning at all? Oh, okay, hold on. Thermal runaway system stopped, ID bed. Yeah, that was what I was expecting with the heater just not being able to keep up and the PID loop going wild. Okay, disconnect, connect. Let's try that again. So apparently these safety features are working. Safety features in Marlin are working. That is always nice to see. And the rigid ink works at about 200 degrees. It is a low temperature type. Let's actually see if this turns the right way. And it's turning backwards. Okay, so that's going to have to be a quick firmware fix. Movement. And of course, we will probably need to calibrate the extruder. This is pretty far zoomed in. You guys can read it obviously, but for me it's pretty hard to keep track of where exactly I am in the file. I'm probably already past where I need to be. Yeah. Invert. Probe, stepper, enable pins? No. Invert Z direction, invert E direction. Okay, true. Let's get this on board. Reverse the K. Yeah, okay. I could have done that too. I know. But, nah. Again, that's actually the only one that's plugged in backwards. Too late, it's already uploading. And it's going to be done in a second. I know. Control F, I just did that. So, for anyone asking how I use these filament racks in the back, again, this is just how I use them. If I have a printer up here, just drag it over here. Usually I have the printers on the shelf, which is now pretty much filament. Why do people just keep sending me filament? This section used to be printers, and now it's all filament. But when I do have a printer on this shelf, like the Prusa that I use a lot, I do, yeah, just drag it down from the holder and use it in the machine. That is working very well. Okay, flashing done. Also, thank you for the tips from. Did I actually miss one? Oh, cool. Thanks for the tip from Alan Schmidt, 5 years. See you at 3D Meetup. Yes, see you there. Say hello if you run into me. And from James Morrison, best 3D printer YouTuber there is. I don't know, but if you say so, I'm not gonna disagree. And Treads WM saying zombie green. The thing is, the zombie green I have, that is not a PLA. I only have, well, I guess that is a, hold on. I guess that is a PLA. This one right here, this is Matter Hackers. Yes, trans PLA. But it's translucent, so I don't think it's going to be great for a first print because you don't really see stuff. This is very green. This is like an acid green, but that's PETG, unfortunately, and I don't want to do that as a first print. And the rigid ink one is just a matte green. Did I already discuss the problem with the RAM spoil? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. We are heated. We're at 193. Let's try that again. I think I see. That looks good. Extrude. That is turning in the correct direction. Now the thing is, okay, this motor is way too weak first of all. So let's give this guy a bit more current. First of all, there is a bit of an issue with the Mark 8 gear being slightly larger than the original one. But I think it should just fit through. If it wasn't just skipping steps. A $20 super chat from 3D Printing Nerd. Hey Joel. Saying I am the best 3D printing YouTuber. Well, okay. Let's see. So these potentiometers on these stepper drivers I can't really show you right now. Well, I guess I can. Just have to turn the other way. Yep. Nope. Yes. But there's just a bunch of wires. Okay. These potentiometers that you can just barely make out here, right there, they are not like universally the same. One of them might turn left for more current, the other one might turn right for more current. It's just a very inconsistent and guesswork heavy experience. Okay, what I am going to do is give it a bit more extrude length. So now we're doing 50. I'm just going to step it up to 500 so that we're getting a full minute of crank time, and I can just live adjust this as we go. Okay, but too long extrusion prevented. Marlon, why are you being too smart? Extrude. Okay, that works. And I can hear it skipping. You might be able to hear it skipping too. And I'm just going to live tune that, and that's getting weaker. Okay, more aggressive skipping. And now it's going in. Okay. Perfect. I'm just going to have to see if this actually... if this keeps it consistently extruding. Let's see. Extrude a bit more. Nope. So if you can't fix it with more current, I might need to... No, it's almost there. I might need to fix the motor position. Because again, it's just barely not lined up. No, but I can feel the PLA. And there is filament coming out, which is a good indicator that something is working. Oh, right, yeah, I had some black PLA in here. Actually, that might have been ABS. Nice PLA, yeah, from judging by the smell. Okay, let's see. Extrude some more. Crank up the current some more. Dead spots in the potentiometer, yeah. Potentially. Ah, so close. Remove some jumpers? Which jumpers? Check the temperature. The temperature is at 200. And this filament is a low temperature type. But of course, I mean, you can't really rely on that temperature being accurate at all because thermistors and stuff. So let's try 210 and see if that helps. Temperature is pretty stable. If you look at the graph over here, that's barely bouncing up and down at all, which I'm very happy with. I'm just not going to tweak that at all. Sneak XX Attack is asking, is it possible to use the E3D full heat break in the E3D clone heatsink and E3D light heater block? Or please share some config that uses best parts of others into clone. Thanks for the $5 super chat tip. You can use original heat breaks in the clone hot ends. We're almost there, we're so close. You can use original heat breaks in the clone hot ends. However, the Light 6 is an integrated heat sink and heat break, so you would have to upgrade the heat break and heat sink as a single upgrade, because it's, you know, it's those two parts in one. So yeah, but if you get a V6 clone, they are usually machined with the exact right threads for the original parts. Bum, 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 bum. E-steps from Prusa is 161.3. Okay. Nozzle clogged up already? No, I think it really is the misalignment there. I did try to widen it up slightly. Let's see. Let's see if these guys can just slightly loosen up a bit more, so we reduce as much resistance as we can. Okay, it's going in. We are at 2. Nope. Bit more, just a tiny bit more. Okay, no clicks. Shit. Question is that the stepper driver? Stepper driver is very hot. Okay, now that is the stepper driver overheating. But it is extruding. It is. This is sort of throwing me off. I don't know if they actually have to. So as I reduce the current, it's still skipping. So that is a mechanical issue, not the stepper driver. Okay. Should I just get a DRV and get it over with? Maybe. The problem is the DRV has different microstep configurations. Active cooling for the stepper drivers. Usually you don't. X, Y, and Z are going to be fine without any active cooling, but yeah, in this case. So chat, let me know, what should we do? Should we just drop in a DRV driver, a Texas Instruments DRV 8825, which is going to just pump out enormous amounts of current and just power through everything the extruder runs into? Or should we actually fix it at the source and get the motor correctly lined up with the filament hole? Because right now the filament is going slightly further to the side into the filament hole, down into the hot end, than it should, and that is going to yeah, throw things off. So chat, let me know. I'm not no straw poll here, but just let me know in chat, DRV or actually fixing it properly. Temp check. It's very, very cool. Fix it, fix it, fix it. TI, fix it, fix it. So that's roughly 2-to-1. Put the DRV, get some prints. Yeah, I mean, I would like to fix it. Well, I do want to get a printout, definitely, but adjust the VREF, well, whichever position I put it to. Align it, fix it. Okay, root cause, let's do that then. But that does mean taking off the extruder and just slightly opening up some holes. Let's see, I could actually get away with just... Okay. Anyways, first things first, power off. I'm gonna remove the filament. Somebody was, Rene Urek was posting about the MK8 gears being slightly crappy. I guess that would be the word. But as you can see, as you cannot see, I'll put it next to this guy so it's in focus. You can probably not see, but the engagement depth on this guy right here is pretty inconsistent. So you're shallow there, then you're getting deeper there, then you're shallower, deeper, and that is just as the gear turns. It's it doesn't have a consistent profile apparently. So Yeah. Right. So for the first time in this build, people are calling for me to do things properly. So let's try that. Let's try that. It might have not have been the first time, but the first time I am trying to do things properly. Skipping sound is quite fast. I'm sure the steps per millimeter is okay. The steps per millimeter is actually off. I know that. I know that it's not correct. But it is in the right ballpark. It is in roughly the correct order of magnitude. Okay, we can't twist this enough. So there is one bolt in the extruder back here, or in the X carriage, that actually goes all the way through to the motor. So I thought I could get away with just removing that one and essentially not having to remove the extruder assembly, but I guess that's exactly what we're going to have to do. Printer weights, geared extruder, I still have a few of those. And the geared extruder is okay, but you don't really need it for 1.75 millimeters in regular use cases. We already checked that the idler wheel is not running against the extruder body. We did that when we assemble it, and it's not. It is running freely, but the issue is that things aren't lined up. I don't know how well I will be able to show you that, but I'll try anyways. Okay, wires are obviously, now that everything is wired up, I can't really remove it without dragging out all the wiring out. What mainboard would I prefer? Depends on what you're going for, but anything that isn't the ramps, maybe? Yeah, pretty much. Maybe not a Sangonulino, but anything else is probably a better choice. That being said, though, if the ramps works, it works. It does an okay job for this sort of machine. So yeah, okay. This is going to be a very tight job because I really can't get. Yeah, I really can't get it at these parts without pulling out the entire wiring we already did. So let's just see if I can unscrew this far enough to where it's not going to interfere with me drilling out those holes. Silent fans to extrude to replace these stock Prusa ones. Well, the stock Prusa fans are already pretty silent. The one that is making noise is the hot end fan, and there's no real easy way to replace that. The original V6 ones have already tremendously improved back from the V5. They've done a few different fan designs, and I think the Prusa does actually use the original V6 fan. So whatever E3D did with improving the fans or picking better ones, I think carried over to the Mark II design. Okay, so as it looks like right here, I guess this one can get you a bit of a view inside, as Amazon would advertise it. So that zoom range, though. There's our extruder gear, just slightly out of focus. And there's our Teflon insert. If I close down the aperture, it's going to get really noisy real quick. But we get more depth of field. Okay. And as the motor gets tightened... Ah! Whew! Holy crap, that hot end is still hot. Okay. Maybe not touch it down there. Okay. Ow. So with the motor in its default position, more or less, it's okay. But as soon as it gets tightened down, it seems to slightly rub on the Bowden insert there. I'm not able to get you a view like directly in there, but yeah, I will try and get the other side off here as well, which contains the idler, without ripping any cords out. Let's see, and then just re-drill those holes and get a bit more slack on the on those two holes. Yeah, this is pretty janky, I have to admit. So this is unscrewing completely here. Okay. We're good there. And the other one also needs to come out all the way. Is there any blood? No, but my finger is slightly red. Okay. So drill, cordless drill, where are you? You are next door. Drill bits are... I've had those around here. Yeah, okay, they're here. I can hear the Sigma out here. That's doing an awesome job. Cordless drill, 1 and the battery. Cut the Teflon hose. I will do that too now that everything is out. But I'll also try to, well, I guess 3mm. Ooh, 3mm drill bit does do something. Okay. I will also ream these holes to 3.5mm just to give us that extra bit of, there we go, a tiny bit of extra clearance to move the motor a bit further back. So that's the one that goes all the way through. And this is ABS, so it does drill perfectly. I guess this one is okay because the idler can move around anyways. Like that. That one is very loose anyways, so let's see that and push out that screw. Okay, I thought something odd was there. I felt something, but the nerves. And let's open up this guy as well. Okay, the screw is down here. Now these are 3 different screw lengths, so I don't really want to confuse them. Okay, these two are identical, but the ones on the back are not. So that's that. Next up, let's trim the Teflon right there. Let's just get it. I mean, this isn't going to be like a high performance flexible printer where you'd need the tightest fit around your hopped gear. That's how you print flexibles really well. This is mostly just going to be a regular PLA, PTG, ABS, whatever machine. And for that, a bit of a tight fit right, or a loose fit right there is going to be perfectly fine. So you can just see that slight gap right there. Why is this not cranking up the ISO? No idea. Okay, you can see a slight gap between those two parts right there, between the hopped gear and the printed part, the Teflon insert, and that should be okay. But I'm gonna take off a bit more just to be safe. And obviously keep your fingers out of there when you're cutting things with a cutter knife, box cutter knife. And obviously I was facing away from chat, so I couldn't read that stuff. Prusa quad material upgrade. Yes, eventually. There's so many things on my Trello list. Someone mentioned, hey, I'm using Trello for something, and I am using Trello for like video ideas and stuff I want to and have to do. And there's enough material for the next 2 years. There's just so many topics I want to cover. But unfortunately, there are only so many that I can cover, and well, sometimes a few topics that I want to cover will need to take a backseat to the ones that are more important. Okay, so this one has been moved back ever so slightly. And I can feel that the, on this side over here, that the motor is not lining up perfectly with the extruder body anymore. It's actually moved over this way by 0.5 millimeter, which is exactly the direction we need. I'm thinking that should actually, yeah, that should have fixed the issues we were just seeing. Read donations. Where? Embrace your skin suit sweater. Yeah, Sensei Sean. Embrace your skin suit sweater. Never apologize for your swollenness. If only. If only it was true. Yeah, but as a mountain bike and road bike guy, I don't know. I've got my muscles more in the leg area and not in the upper body area. Is that actually gripping? It feels like it's not. Is that the correct screw at all? Oh, it's going in deep. Okay. Did I check for gear run out? Can't really do that. I mean, I could check for it visually, but that wouldn't make too much sense. Oh, I'm hoping I'm gonna find the correct hole in here. Let's just hope the nuts haven't dropped. What? Okay, that way. I was just fiddling in the dark there, not finding the right hole to screw into. That feels much better. About a test run before adding filament? Well, adding filament is exactly that test run that you're talking about. Yeah. Get in there. Okay. That is very tight. And let's just get the other side in there as well. Don't think I'm going to be able to find the nut in there. Let's see, this is a gravity loaded nut, so let's just see. That was the one where you screw in from both sides, where you have the one screw that goes in from the back and the other that goes in from the front, and there's like two nuts in the same crevice, and you have to shake one towards the front and the other towards the back, and it's like, Prusa has obviously optimized their printed parts for their machine and for the tolerances they're getting from there. But in this case, like this screw back here, this one screw right there, this isn't grabbing onto anything. This is just turning loosely. But it's only connecting the extruder to the carriage, so I mean, it feels like it's tight. It feels like it's solidly on there. So I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. That's something I can always fix later. Why would it do this deliberately? You're not supposed to put nuts in holes. It's like, if you're doing that, you're doing it wrong. Unless you're building a 3D printer, then that is exactly what you're supposed to do. And for that, I will use the cordless drill. Just that makes screwing and pushing that thing in much quicker and much easier. This one. There's two. Nope. That's one of the things that is really hard to do with just a manual hex key, is pushing or compressing that spring and pushing the screw in at the same time so that it engages with the nut in here. So yeah, but that looks good. Well, this is there. Now it looks good. Okay, stepper driver is still on max. Motor is better aligned, so let's get some filament in here again. Actually, let's plug it in and heat it up first. So, are we still connected? No, run away. Okay. Connect set. I'm positively surprised by how aggressive the safety features. Is this? This does not look like it's connected. Why is the temperature not updating? I'm very positively surprised by how aggressively the Marlin thermal runaway protections are set by default these days. Let's close it up and try again. A few years ago, when Marlin was still a bit younger, no defender, front face. It was, first of all, a pain to enable all that stuff, and also to, there we go, and also to set it correctly and to have it actually work. And now it just seems to be enabled by default, which is awesome. Use green. Everyone wants to use me. Wants me to use green. Green. Oh, it's the same guy, just 3 times. Okay, let's do the purple again. Yeah. Hey Moss, there's someone that wants to be banned. Ooh, Nightbot did it! Awesome! I have trained him well. Let's actually... Let's double check that again. Okay, so the hot end is heating up. It's at 175. So let's wait till that heats up completely, and then we can start sucking in filament again. These parts are printed in ABS. It's rigid ink. What was the name again? I keep forgetting it. It is Red Pearl. Red Pearl ABS. All of them. Mouse cursor. So hard with 3 screens. That jumped out at me. Let's try that again. Extrude. Okay. And now it should find its way into the Teflon tube. It is. Beautiful. Unfortunately, you can't really see a whole lot with the Mark II extruder, neither on this one nor on the original one, because it's just so tightly packed. Ooh, that's a bit of skipping. Why is it skipping? So it fed into the hot end perfectly. It fed in there very beautifully, but it feels like as soon as it's in the hot end itself, Start skipping. That's interesting. That might indicate an issue with the hot in itself, or it might just be that we have to go a bit slow. Let's try that again. Extrude at 200. That's a more reasonable speed. And that is working just fine. Just look at that happy little PLA ball dancing. Look at it wiggling around. So happy. Tiny bit more. Nope, that's too much. Current is fine. The nozzle is clogged? I don't think so. You would see that from the extrusion diameter, and that's looking a-okay. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Look at those C rods. Let's just give it a bit more extrusion. So 200 millimeters a minute, 50 millimeters. Let's extrude that. Let's see, and that looks like it's coming out okay. That's looking like properly extruded filament to me. Plus, it is a fresh nozzle level. Why would it be clogged? Yeah, that is looking very good. Okay, we're gonna print something soon. Well, the sooner we print something, the sooner I can go to bed and get up early tomorrow. Yay! Aren't we all looking forward to that? Right, but the one thing we still need to do is extruder calibration. Because without a calibrated extruder, it is pointless to print something. So let's just quickly do that and run through that process. Red marker on purple filament, I guess we're gonna see that. So following my own guide here, if you guys want to pull up the video and be smartasses about it. Since I don't know how far off we are, I'm gonna mark 15 centimeters. I'm gonna mark 15 centimeters, extrude 10, and then see how much we actually extrude. So let's see how close we actually are. So let's do one regular speed. How fast is normal printing speed? Like 150 or so. And let's do 100. We're at 220, which might be a bit hard for the PLA, but it should be okay. And let's just extrude that. It's just gonna take a second. So yeah, part of the regular calibration process. And Nillbean has joined in. Hey there. Bite of Blender is asking, would I ever sharpen a filament gear, and if so, how? The thing is, I don't know if manually sharpening a extruder gear would improve it. I definitely wouldn't take a Dremel to it and sharpen each tooth individually. If anything, I'd take like a hob to it and sharpen it in a filament gear making jig sort of thing. So yeah, that's like the maximum extent I would do as far as sharpening goes. So I'm trying to get you guys a view of what we're doing here, but the mark unfortunately is on the back side here. So that is at 75. So we are at 2.5 centimeters, 25 millimeters shy of what we needed. If only I had my my formula memorized. So we wanted to extrude 100 millimeters. We extruded 75. So we need to increase the extrusion rate by a third. Right? I guess. There we are. We don't need to find window. Steps. I guess we could also just set the extrusion multiplier, but that would be sort of lame. Steps per unit. So somebody mentioned 120. 120 plus a third. That would be 160. Which I guess is very reasonable for a fourth. No, because our default extrusion is yeah, times 1.33 times our, what we got was 75 millimeters, 3 units. We need 1 unit more, so we need a third extra. That is referencing the original steps per millimeter. FN Hunter 184 the glories, thanks for the €5 tip, asking why somebody decided error compiling. Come on, not that error again. LD returned status. Asking who decided kilogram centimeter was a better unit for torque than Newton meters. You know, it's whatever sells better. It's whatever. What whoever's saying 161.3 is definitely having a rounding error. It's whatever sells better, and Newton centimeters is 100 times as large as, well, no, kilogram centimeters is 100 times as large as Newton meters. So a number that is 100 times as large as another one is always going to sell better. So why not use that one? DJ Clement, thanks for the $5 tip right there. I guess you guys are getting excited to see this. 3D printed ASP. I think that is backwards. Ah, okay. So your current one is 91.8. Okay. Only one. Oh, but that's a linker that's complaining. I guess we do have to disconnect here, but the linker was complaining and not the uploader. Compiling, and because we closed Arduino, it has to recompile everything again, which is unfortunate, but yeah. No LCD screen. Yeah, there is one in the BOM as an optional part, but just for simplicity's sake and for shipping time's sake, I did not add one yet. And no, I don't speak Danish. I speak German, English, and a bit of Spanish, if you learned it in school. And I might be able to order a pizza in Italy, but that's pretty much it. Plus, I mean, the Spanish I know is very limited too. It's what you learn after a year and then forget a year later again. Okay, so let's just try that again. Let's do the calibration. Obviously, when you are live streaming, you've got this filament dangling around. It's like, yeah. Let's do that again. Let's mark off 150 millimeters again. Also, thank you for the $5 tip again, DJ Clement. So, one hook orca. Yes, Simone is going to help me out with retelling. The thing is, we are probably going to need a bit more Swedish and Danish, yeah, traveling there, because Simone and I are going to be at the 3D printing meetup in Sweden next weekend, and you arrive there basically on the Copenhagen airport, and then take the train over there. Okay, it's not skipping. That is great. So, yeah, but I've heard like the northern countries are pretty good at just comprehending everything in English. And that there has been something on 9gag recently where, like, essentially saying, yeah, don't try to learn our language. We speak English. Don't try and offend us. But yeah, that is extruding. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Oh, we are almost spot on. This is at 48 millimeters. Let's try and get that over there. So. Oh yeah, and it's even focusing for me. So you might be able to see just the dot at 48. Seems my tape is rather floppy today. 48, there's the mark. I'm gonna call it good enough. That is a 2% deviation. That is good enough. Yeah, you know, guys, 9gag, when you've got nothing better to do, like just sitting on the toilet, that is the appropriate humor for that. Okay, so extruder is calibrated. Next up, Z height. Let's just try that. So G28, this because since the last time we've power cycled this guy, we have not homed it. Yeah, Jared, Wi-Fi is a great invention. Where would we be without a functioning internet toilet while we're dropping one? Ah, that ZX sounds so rough. And there are obviously bits of PTFE all over the bed. That is good. Okay, G29 next. And then we can try and set an offset eventually. I'm gonna get some grease. Iku. Stuff is so dusty over here. Again, I hate working with concrete. It's like, just get everything completely dusty every single time. Did we just skip something? That is not... I know, that's just the Z-axis. Yeah. Live C adjust, if you have an LCD, I guess, well, there is a G-code for that. There is a G-code for Live C adjust, so you can do it through the serial console, but like the best way to do that is just through the LCD. Also, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollar tip, Negative TV. And Moritz-Werner, €1. Thanks for that as well. So grease pot, right there. Someone was asking what sort of grease we're using for our threaded rods on Google Plus. And yeah, that's what I use. This stuff is amazingly greasy. It's like a thick bearing grease or universal grease, and it's just so nice. And we just have to jog this guy up once, and it should be the smoothest Z-axis in existence. One day, maybe. Obviously, this stuff might be a bit too thick for linear ball bearings because it does require a bit of preload to actually roll in that case. But, well, it's fine. I don't think linear bearings are that sensitive anyways. Let's just quickly jog this guy over the greased spots. Can you use PTFE grease for the rods? Not recommended probably. How viscous? Viscous? Is too viscous? I don't know. Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, I missed a tip. Crap. Daniel's Skiveland. 20 Norwegian crowns. Thank you for that. Even if I did miss it and caught it a bit too late. Okay. Do you hear the difference? You should be able to hear a very stark difference between this and what we had before. This is just heavenly smooth. And I always like it how the grease just gets pulled into the Z-axis nuts there. Mmm. Yummy. Baby oil? Nah. Okay, and a bit on the bottom as well, so we get the same effect as we move down. Oh, there's still this tea I spilled when I walked in a while ago. Okay. Spilled, not spelled. How to English? Yeah, get it on there. Okay. So that's all looped up and ready to go. I'm realizing you guys didn't see that. Thanks for the $10 tip, Mike. Lunch is on me. Thanks for the great entertainment. If you think this is entertaining, then I'm sorry for you, but yeah. to each his own. Right. We've got the Z-axis to calibrate. So let's see, where are we? M114. This back here is the step count, and that's the position the printer thinks it's at. Obviously this does account for the live mesh bilinear leveling. So 150, let's say go to let's G1 Z5. That should jog it most of the way down. And the whole time the hot end is still hot, so we are dropping little plastic bits every now and then. But I'd rather have the hot end hot and a bit of molten plastic on it than a bit of hard plastic on it and throw off the measurement in its entirety. What are we going to use? Let's use the BCN Sigma professional calibration sheet for that. And theoretically, it shouldn't matter where exactly I drop this down on the bed, because the auto... That's crap on this one. Ooh, that's flexible filament. That sticks to everything. Because the auto bilinear mesh... That's the power supply fan. Okay. Right in there. The auto mesh leveling should account for that, at least like in the inside spheres or inside area of the printed bed where it didn't crash the nozzle into the bed while probing. Let's see, calibration sheets from the printer kit. Move. So we are at 5 millimeters height in theory. Let's see, and let's just slowly move this down. And in the end, I'm going to check where our software says we are and compare that to where we actually ended up with. Thank you for the €2 tip, 3D Best Printer. Hi from Hellas. Where's Hellas? Okay, and that is 0. That actually feels pretty good. Well, it's close to 0. Well, it is exactly 0. Cool. Yeah, that is actually, wow, that is perfect. I mean, I could drop it further down. That's too loose. That's 0.1 up. That's 0. That is, I eyeballed that thing perfectly. Wow. Okay, I guess if we end up not sticking, here's what I promised to you. The first print is gonna stick. I'm gonna throw so much 3D lac on this thing. There is no chance this is not gonna stick. Ah, grease. Right, I've heard that before. I know this place, but my live streaming brain can't handle so many things at the same time. Okay, Philip Johansson is coming to the 3D printing meetup as well, and so should you, in Sweden this weekend. Right, what we're gonna do, slice something. Yes, it is that time. It is time to slice something. Why am I saying that so enthusiastically? Is the reason for that? I don't know, but thank you for the 404 not found tip from Steve. Steve. Okay, let's actually hijack the original Prusa slicer. This is still the old slicer. This isn't the new updated shiny version. This is still like the semi-classic version from, I don't know, 2 months ago. So what is this, 131.6? It's fine. It's fine for this. So it does have the optimal, the 0.15 millimeter setting in there. Let's see, 0.2 sounds about right. I don't want to show you my folder structure, so let's just stick with the printer for a second. Ooh, hold on. Do I actually have... thank you for the 20 euro tip, Mario Ercolano. Glad you're enjoying that PETG filament from Dust Filament. I am enjoying that a lot too. It's just a very nice standard material to use. Did you fix the Rams board, Christian is asking with a 20 Danish crowns tip. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. There is the explanation of what I did at the start of the stream. So low poly frog, I guess. Which button do I have to press? Every CAD tool does it differently. Okay, I didn't slice off the bottom there, so that's unprintable, unfortunately. So let's just go with the standard frog for non-commercial use only. Yada yada yada, whatever. Free frog 45 cut. That is looking good. That is actually slicing the background. I don't know if the stream is going to start to stutter. Printer settings. We do need a new printer to set up. Custom RC tuning. Thank you for the 10 euro tip. Thanks for sticking along for these streams. General bed size. Pretty much just eyeballed. Z offset. We might need to adjust this. Why is everyone saying benchy? Really? Benchy? Simone, can you try and do a straw poll for that? Through Nightbot preferably? That would be awesome. Z offset 0. So we if we have to, we can adjust the Z offset here or in firmware. Custom G code, let's just throw everything out here. Unfortunately, I can't resize these, so and hotkeys don't work in here either, so cut. Get the desk above. Well, let's actually just do notes pad. Plus has like everything in there. Looks good. So what do we need? First layer temperature, we need that, yes. I probably missed the 420 tip from FN Hunter. Thank you. Yes, slicing, but first we need to set up a bit right here. So latest firmware version don't... okay, this is not Notepad++. And zooming doesn't work either. So first layer, go to Z150. I think this is already a custom G code that I created for this guy. Let's just throw all of this stuff out. This as well. Let's just have it wait for it to heat up. Bed temperature is going to be 0. Let's also throw the homing and mesh bed leveling and all that stuff up because we are going to do that manually. We just want to get it printing for now. So extruder relative mode, actually I don't think we need any start G code, but if we don't put any in there, it's going to home before the print. And for the NG code, just a G1 Z200, whatever. Y200. Feed faster. And extruder 1 0.4, that sounds good. Well, the rest of it here is identical to the original one. So that is good. Print settings. Let's see. Do we have a poll going on? Well, we have frog riding a dragon, benchy, free slicer, benchy, potato. Okay, let's try and do a benchy. But the benchy does print for a while, so I am gonna leave you guys alone with the print until I know, or after I know that it sort of works for the most part. Or should we print the legendary... Oh crap. Or should we print the legendary 10mm cube? Wouldn't that be an exciting first print? Wouldn't you guys like that? Just a 10mm cube? That's like... Oh, screw that. No. I've literally printed one 10mm cube. A single one. And that has been for the why you're doing calibration wrong video. I've never printed a 10mm cube as a real first print. Never, because it's just, why print a boring old cube if you can print a benchy? Benchy tells you so much more about why things are working, why they are not, what's going wrong. So, yeah. Don't print cubes, guys. Preview. Okay, we've got the what is this called? 3D triangle. Fill. Stuff's looking good. Export somewhere. Warp tests. 3D benchy. Dolly. Load that thing up. Yeah. And it should load a... Mic is starting to feedback? Mic is starting to feedback. What? That would be horrible. Okay, we're getting the preview. The preview is in roughly the right position, so that is right there. That's where we're going to print. Well, a bit further into the center. Let's apply some... So many camera angles, yay! Let's apply some 3D lag and get it going. Mic's fine, okay. Yep. Let's get the fan out of the way because we don't want to blast 3D lag into our hot end. Just get it on there. Yeah, that looks about right. Might be a bit much, but whatever. Hold on. Did we Ah, okay, so it might just be, okay, it might be this guy. Because obviously there is a bit of CPU load. Oh, why is this guy still open? Get out of here. And this guy is already on high priority or above normal. There is one thing we actually missed, and that is temperatures, filament setting. So the heated bed cannot achieve any sort of real temperature. So I'm not gonna try and force it. And actually, I'm gonna drop down temperature to like 215, 210. I don't know what sort of temperatures this hot end shows where the offset is. It's actually, I never know if Prontoface reloads that. I don't know how far this temperature reading is off from reality, so I can't really judge if we need to go hotter or colder. But 215 should be okay either way. The rigid ink PLA is pretty pretty tolerant there. Okay, we're loaded. We've got an estimated duration of 1 hour 41, so that's going to finish past midnight. That is cool. And I guess all that is left to do is preheat it. Well, it's going to preheat by itself and actually print it. Let's go. Okay. That's something. First of all, we're not getting any filament. Second of all, why did it start over there? Did it lose its home positioning? Do we disconnect and reconnect? Let's just home this guy and do another G20. Did we re-upload something? Maybe. No sticky. Yes, we do have 3D lag over here. It's basically invisible. But we do have a bunch of 3D lag over here. X mirror, the X is... The X shouldn't be mirrored. I moved it. I didn't move anything, guys. M83 is in there. How do you get those temperature bars in Prontoface? I can actually, while that printer is doing its thing. Nope. Yes. Okay, you can't see that anyways. Ha! Those bars right here, those are just a simple option in settings options. User interface, display temperature graphs, or gauges, these. So, that's that. Oh, I moved it by hand, okay. Right. I guess I could have put the manual G28, G29 in there, but the bed dimensions are correct in Slicer. In Slick 3R, it's in the Slicer. Moritz-Werner uses a PID controller for the heated bed and just sent me a €2 tip. Yeah, I mean, Marlin has a PID controller built in. It has a PID loop that you can tune and that it can auto-tune right in the firmware without any extra hardware necessary. And if you use a solid state relay, that's the word, then you can, so that's restarting the print. Ah, yes. Then you can even use a 230 volt heated bed. Okay, that is a bit too high. I can tell you that much. Does anyone know the G code for like baby stepping? You can just throw it over there in chat. I mean, this is probably going to be fine. It's probably going to complete just fine, but... yes, PID with SSR works. I've been doing that for a long time, and it works very nicely. Okay, nobody knows the G code. But I'm just... This is gonna stick. 3D Lag does an awesome job of... 2.9, okay. But what's the syntax? Yeah, 3D Lag does an awesome job of getting stuff to stick, so I'm not gonna worry about that too much right now. I think that's just gonna work. Without the display? Okay. And why is that blurry? There we go. Yes, it will affect layer adhesion, but well, it's too it's too late for baby stepping now, anyways. It will affect adhesion, but since the 3D lag is on there, it's gonna stick anyways. 3D lag is an absolute beast when it comes to bed adhesion. I've managed to tear out chunks of glass with just printing PLA onto a glass bed, onto a cold glass bed. That being said, so yeah. It looks like there is still a general amount of under extrusion going on, even on the second layer. Let's just see if that catches up. Oh, it is actually using the accelerations from the slices, so it's moving just as fast as the original Mark II. G92Z.2, yeah, but only works is the G92 only works is if you are at position 0, if you know the position your machine is at, so you could do that. I might need to ban another guy there. What is the printing speed? This is the exact same printing speed. It's catching up. Okay, that's looking good. This is the exact same printing speed that the Mark II is running at, which is a fairly wild mixture of different speeds. So Prusa's team did an awesome job of just calibrating all the different speeds. Let me just show you that. So perimeters is 40, small perimeters is 20, external perimeters is 30, infill is 60, solid infill is 40. So they've optimized basically every single setting. So that is the exact speeds we're running at. This is the exact same speed that the original Mark IIs are churning out. Did I just hear a skipped step? No, there is a blob. Where did that come from? Interesting. But stuff is going down very cleanly. At least from what I can see in the back here. I don't want to move the printer at this point. But I can try and get you guys a... Oh, that was probably a mistake. I can try and adjust the camera angle right there. Yeah. Smooth pans and slides by hand. And holy crap, that is noisy. That is really... Why is that so noisy? And blurry. Cameras are hard. But that is actually looking very juicy. That's looking pretty good. Except for that blob that it just ran over. I don't know where that came from. No idea. Auto ISO, yeah, it's probably on like 25,000. And it's leaking? What's leaking? Nah, it's just a bunch you picked up a second ago. Oh yeah, it is leaking. I should have tightened that. Probably. Maybe. Let's just see how far it gets. But I am liking that print quality we're getting. This is looking very consistent and very nice. When the printer went up, Z on the ball. Okay. Get a few soft boxes for light. There is a 180 centimeter softbox over there, and there is a 60 centimeter softbox over there, but they don't have particularly powerful lights in them. Also, there are 4 fluorescent tubes on the ceiling, so I do have a bit of light in here. Yeah. Nozzle is leaking. Meh. It's not looking too bad. I'm just gonna leave it leaking if that's all it's gonna leak. It did pick up a bit of juice from a second ago, but that print is looking amazing. It's not gonna come loose. Holy crap, guys. Also, the purple helps because the purple is like a really nice color, but will I ever turn the X-axis motor around? No. Why should I? Gear Z hop when retracting slice problem. Deltas are easier to watch. Is this printer better than the Mark II V? I don't know what the Mark II V is, but wow. First print, I don't know if this thing is better than the Mark II or anything along those lines, but from what I'm seeing so far, if that's the print quality we're gonna get, it can certainly keep up. The big weak spot I'm seeing right now is the heated bed, which obviously is non-functional at this point. Is that a brim? That is just reflection. The heated bed, the non-functional heated bed, that is a big weak. Okay, a screw just dropped. Hold up! Something just dropped. Did you hear that? We just lost a nut. We just lost a nut. Oh! That's a grub screw from the X-axis. X-axis. Is that an autofocus? Nope. The X-axis pulley just lost a grub screw, but it has 2, and I think I only tightened one. So yeah, it's probably okay. And the zooming game begins again. But just look at that. I think that, yeah, okay, the pipe cooling fan is also working, is also doing its job. You can see that spinning nicely, and I'm feeling that it's blowing over the printed part very nicely because I'm seeing very little of a... ooh, I am actually seeing warp. It is coming off the bed. I am seeing very little curling, so that's great. However, what I'm going to do is... stop this print and restart it for 2 reasons. First of all, the nozzle is leaking. That's not too great. Second of all, yes, it is warping. It is coming loose. So 1 second. So yeah, let's pause this, stop this, move the Z-axis up. Thank you for the $10 tip, Ollie Treadway. I've been enjoying the build too. And I am pleasantly surprised at how well this stuff is working at this point. To be honest, I was not sure what to expect. It was a shot in the dark. Oh, why did I disconnect? Well, I guess it works. It was a shot in the dark. It was a complete experiment for me as well. That's not looking too shabby. So if you have a look at this guy from the top, nope. Yes. So top surfaces, filament amount wise, looking very good. maybe a bit less material, a tiny amount less. The sides are looking very good. The back here, it does see a bit of curling. That might just be because we're setting the temperature very hot. So it's 215, I think. Was it? I don't know. 215, and this material does print at 190 as well. But that was just the to be safe temperature. This blob right here, I have no idea where that came from. On the front, the bow right here, very little curling, and just the, I mean, ooh, my fingers are not looking nice. That's not what you want to see. But just look at that layer consistency. Even on the bow where typically we curl, they're just spot on. Do I get to pat myself on the shoulder right now? Yeah, okay. But thanks for the tip, Robert and Günther. That is a pretty German name to be honest, but yeah. Right, tightening the nozzle. Let's see. Where's my cursor? There. Let's actually use the custom-made printer kit. Well, I don't know if it's custom-made, but the Printer Pro wrench from the printer kit. By the way, that's a review that's planned for tomorrow. I don't know if I'm actually going to make it tomorrow because I've got things to pack. I do need to take a trip to city nearby, and so much stuff to do. That's planned for tomorrow, and that's where the giveaway will start. And yes, this guy has been leaking just a very slight amount. Let's just put it that way. Why is there still stuff in the front here? We've already scraped. Okay, that's the first thing we're gonna have to fix. I'm guessing, so the question is, where can I actually hold this guy? I guess if I hold it at the nozzle. Let's see, because if I just, okay, let me explain this. So if I just grab the wrench, just grab the wrench right there, and you know, put this on the nozzle, obviously preheated first because not, right now it's not going to go on. I'm hoping that's actually the correct size. But if I just put this on here, right there, and preheat it and then turn it, it's just going to turn the entire hot end. It is not going to tighten the nozzle down at all. So I think I'm just going to... Yeah, well, I guess I should be tightening that outside the printer, but for now that's all I can do really. Not happy with it. I will grab some bigger pliers for that. Again, someone was commenting that I'm using mostly German tools as a German on a Chinese build. Yeah. So obviously, let's get the next Knipex pliers. To hold this thing. And thank you, Roland Jaramillo, for the 100 Danish crowns tip. Can you like remote pat on the shoulder thing? Can you like send that through Skype or something? Okay, so all I can do is hold the heater block right now, which isn't optimal. Oh yeah, that thing was really loose, but it's better than nothing. And I did leave a significant space to the block, and you can still see the gap there. So I'm not just tightening it against the heater block, which is a surefire way to get stuff leaking out the top, but I am actually tightening it into the or against the heat break, and you can still see the gap there, so we are good. Okay. Let's see, so we did tighten this, which means that we probably changed the Z offset by like another 1/10 of a millimeter, roughly. So I don't want to mess with the with the firmware settings right now, because I don't exactly know how the standard Marlin settings affect the probe to nozzle offset and how you actually have to change it for it to work. I know with SmoothieWare it's a bit tricky to figure that stuff out. So I'm just gonna go into Slick 3R and say, hey, okay, Z offset, we can go up to 1 layer height. I guess no, we can go higher than that with the probe setup. So I'm just gonna go in and change that in Slick 3R. Not the cleanest solution. Why is my phone buzzing? Not the cleanest solution, but it's whatever gets the job done. 0. Let's go with 0.2. And just re-export this stuff. 3D Benchy Dolly number 3. And we did move the carriage. Well, we didn't home it since we connected last time. So load file, load the Dolly 3. While we're doing that, I guess I could have just put the G28, G29 in the start G code. But hey, while that's running, thank you for the tips from blah blah user asking, what about backlash on the Z-axis? That is to be determined, actually. That is something that I'm hoping isn't going to be an issue, but I don't have any actual data to support that. If you know the old time builds of like the original Prusa Mendels and Mendel 90s, etc. Did I send G29? No. You will know that there is typically like your load bearing nut and then a spring and another nut that essentially pushes the Z-axis down and sort of pre-tensions the entire Z-axis in the same direction as gravity would. In this case, I don't have any anti-backlash Z-axis nuts in there. I think gravity does enough of a job to keep that pressed down into like the right side of the thread. Obviously, with the auto bed mesh leveling tramming, the printer is going to be more sensitive to that backlash. So far, I'm not seeing an issue, but that's something that will need a bit of extra investigation. I think that was the last one I missed. Ray sent me 5 British pounds towards a manicure. Yeah, maybe that's... ooh. Oh, that is blood. Okay. Yeah, maybe on Monday if I have time in Sweden, that might be something to do. But thank you for that. $10 from Zane Christensen. Thank you for doing this super cheap build and setup series. There are going to be a few more videos on the series, but after I return from Sweden, because that's like the #1 priority for the next few days, obviously. I did load the correct one. And $5 from Sean Henderson. Good job, fun build, makes me want to build one. Go ahead. I would definitely recommend building your first 3D printer yourself. Oh, that is looking great. That is looking almost perfect. Yeah, I would definitely recommend building your first 3D printing yourself, be it a kit or a scratch build like this one. Just because you learn so much about these machines when you build them yourself. You learn about how everything works together, how things interact, what the reasoning is behind some of the design decisions, and you can make your own decisions as well and try things out and see what works and what doesn't. And that is a big part of the fun in 3D printing, I think. At least for me it is. So if you get the chance to do that, if you have the time to do it, obviously it is, especially if you're building a 3D printer for the very first time, it is still running a leak? What? I don't think so. It is a rather time-intensive process. But if you enjoy that, if you enjoy making things, if you enjoy, you know, building things yourself, that is a much more enjoyable one than just buying a ready-made printer and don't think there's anything leaking. Instead of just buying a ready-made printer and plugging it in and printing. Okay, so it looks like the Z height might not be perfectly perfect yet. We're also rocking a bit too much material. That's fine for now. Obviously, a bit of a heated bed would help, but for now, this is fine. This is gonna stick. Camera side, yeah. Z-probe is rubbing. Barely. It's just nope. Actually, the Z-probe is like half a millimeter up. And I guess a thicker heated bed would help with that, because then the probe would be able to trigger at a larger distance. So yeah, again, this bed not really recommended. Or put an aluminum plate over this guy, like a 3mm aluminum sheet. Feels like it's actually heating, but there is something just blowing hot air out. Yeah, it's the part cooling fan. Okay, that's just blowing hot air. Brian Tonkray, thanks for the $2 tip. Saying thanks for the guide. I don't know how much of a guide this is. I always see like the regular videos, the scripted ones, as more of a guide. Streams are more of a experiment. Yeah, I guess that's what they are. And the live streams are always more of an experiment because you can't really plan them out. Yes, you can sort of schedule what you want to do at what time and how much you're going to get done that day, but you can't really predict what's going to happen. So that's, oh, sorry about that. Nightbot is pretty aggressive there. But yeah, you can't really predict what's happening, you know, what's going to happen, and that's a large part of the fun of it. Because it is unpredictable, it is organic, it is just that. Over extruding? No, we are perfect. Because we did it, we calibrated the extruder. This is perfect extrusion amount wise. Bed separation, I don't think it's separating at all. Yeah, what's up with the heated bed? It might be one that is. Oh yeah, it is separating. What the hell? Again? Yes, it is separating. Okay. This bed seems to be. You know what? Huh. This bed just seems to be made for 24 volt, which is a shame, even though it says like 16 and 24 on the bottom, but even when correctly wired up for 12 volts, it does not have the correct resistance. Okay. This is not good. This is not what we want at all. Can actually get the printout from. God damn it! Get over here. Ah! Motors off. We do need to rehome and readjust everything anyways. Okay, so this is still too high up. First of all, this is still slightly too high up. It might also just be the hot end that needs a bit of extra priming. But for anyone saying that we had over extrusion, no, we don't. This is basically the perfect amount of material. If you consider that it was slightly warping up on the front, then this is basically perfect. So since we've had 2 failed prints so far, and apparently the 3-lac isn't working either. Well, I guess with a Z offset that is wrong. How should it? I'm just gonna go the old-fashioned route and throw some blue tip on there, because that's something It's not the prettiest thing to do, but at least I know it's gonna get the job done. So right where we're gonna need it, and that does add a bit of thickness, so we are gonna get a bit more squash into we're gonna get the print squashed in there. So yeah, good old blue tape. Wow, that actually looks like turquoise tape. That is Tesa blue tape, just from your friendly DIY store or home improvement store. But yeah, the Tesa one actually sticks better than the 3M one. From what I've seen, it most of the time it actually sticks too well. So yeah, if this doesn't stick, I don't know what will. It's G80, G29, G28, G29. Gosh, it's getting late. It's 11:12 p.m. 11:15. Okay, so the blue tape isn't going to affect the probing cycle, but it does add that 1/10 or 2/10 of a millimeter to get everything stuck down. Also, thank you for the tips, 3D Printing Guru for the $10 and Spike P10 as P100. Sorry, I didn't want to take an order of magnitude off your name there. For the £5 British. It seems like a lot of people are actually building their printers or working on their printers while watching this, which I feel very honored about. Very honored about? I feel very honored about that, yeah. Let's put it that way. But it's getting smashed. Yeah, on the corner. So what I've noticed is that these screws on the edges here don't just hold the bed in place, but actually twist it slightly. So we are introducing more of a bend into the bed than necessary. So again, that's just something where I'd say, okay, go with the 3mm thick aluminum bed. They are a bit more expensive, but definitely worth it. And this one was literally the cheapest one that I could find that wasn't a PCB bed, because the PCB beds, the cheap ones, what they like to do is that they are about this thickness, but what they like to do is just flex and bend while they heat up and cool, because they only have the heating traces on one side. So one side heats up, it expands, and then it essentially pushes up the entire bed. And especially the cheap ones like to do that, and that is a very, very annoying artifact to take care of. I've had it on a few printers yet, and it's always caused major issues. Just the PID temperature regulation, even during a print when the bed kicked on and started heating, it would just slightly bend up and then it turned off and would flex back down, and that's just horrible to diagnose. And one of the things that I figured that out with was seeing the second layer detaching from the first. The first was always sticking perfectly to the bed, and then the second one would just not stick to the first one because there was a huge gap between it. So back then I was running the bed hotter for the first layer and then cooling it down for the second. So as soon as it started cooling, it would just go blop and physically move the print away from your tool head. So that's why I wanted the aluminum bed in there and just ignored everything else. I just went for the aluminum one, but in retrospect, should have spent a bit more and went for a thicker aluminum one instead. Run G29 again? I don't know. I'm just going to start the print and see how well it does. We can always rerun G29 if we have to. Yeah, Z-Probe Smash. Again, I'm just going to try it. This entire Z-Probe plus bed setup is pretty fishy anyways. That's going to have to be something that I take off the list and add to the build notes video that I will be creating when I get back from Sweden. That's like a sufficiently large time frame, I guess. So if it's in 2 weeks, it's still after I get back from Sweden. But yeah, that's going in there. So yeah, I Steve Southam is asking a very interesting question. And as we start the next print right here, let's answer that because I did actually do something along those lines. Nope. This way. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that bed adhesion. Look at it. Look at that blurry mess of a focus pull. There we go. Okay, it's slightly peeling up. Okay, now it's too low, but that's... I'm 95.6% confident that this is going to stick. It's slightly curling up. That might just be because it is too low, because it's running through the previous traces. Alright, check it out. This is pretty stupid, but that's what this was. What was running the the Mendel 90 before. So let me just divert your attention from the printer for a second. These are two crap. So much stuff on the screen. These are two Mark II and a Mark I heated bed bonded together. So there are pieces of old PCBs literally glued on with the I think it's 3M, that world record epoxy. Plus I've got an extra PCB just bonded on the backside. So the heating trace is actually sandwiched between this PCB and that PCB. Temperature issues. You were catching that really quickly. Let me divert your attention back to the machine here. So what's going on here? Kill called, thermal runaway, system stopped, heater ID 0. Okay, and it looks like we were having a constant under temperature situation right there. Okay. Okay, so that is a possible twofold issue right there. Okay. Loose thermistor? No, the thermistor is still solidly screwed in. But what I was seeing is that the temperature was just consistently too low. So right there, if I can actually click the right thing, can zoom that in. So right there, you can just slightly see that thin line under the thick line, and that's the set temperature versus the set temperature on top and the real temperature, measured temperature on the bottom. That might either be the part cooling fan or the PID loop that is not tuned in yet. So fan kicked on after layer 1. Yes, that might actually be the issue. The this one has a 40 watt heater cartridge, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Anyways, but while we do that, okay, let's run. I do actually have to click on OBS. Transform fit to screen. Let's run the PID auto tune, because we can save the values we get temporarily. Oh, that pulled it straight up. Cool. We can save the values temporarily. We cannot set them to... The MOSFETs are cool. Yeah. We cannot store them to EEPROM, but we can set them temporarily and the printer is going to remember it. So let's start with M303 extruder 1 cycles. Let's do like 5 or something, and around to 10 degrees. Okay, so it starts at 0 apparently. And that's just going to heat up and cool down the extruder 5 times around a set temperature around of 210 degrees. And then she's flying, yeah. It's the Flying Dutchman. Look at that. We can pull that straight off. Obviously, it is maybe recommended to run the... Let's switch back to... It is recommended to run like the PID auto tune with the part cooling fan enabled. Maybe. Why don't I run a tuning cycle with 8? Well, because, you know, if 8 cycles take 5 minutes, then 5 cycles take less time. What was part cooling fan again? Wrap, wiki, G codes. Because I do want to turn on the part cooling fan for the tuning cycle, because that's how we're going to run it most of the time, at least for this machine where it's mostly PLA only at this time. The only problem is the wrap wiki is just super slow. Part cooling fan. Fan on M106. Okay. Auto tune failed, but extruder number. Okay, it's still heating right now, so we can just reset this entire thing. M106. That's on. I don't know what power that is on, so let's just give it 255 and do the auto tune again. Come on, there we go. I don't think it's I can send settings while while the auto tune is already running. Yeah, and while that is running, that is just heating and cooling for the next few minutes. Let's finish up on what I was talking about here. So these are the original beds. They have the continuous copper side on this side and the heating traces on the back, and I just bonded. I literally just bonded with that 3M epoxy. I bonded an extra PCB on each one, and it's 2 heater PCBs obviously. So this is like a a crazy contraption. I don't know. It works. It's actually it's pretty flat if I look at it from this angle. It works. It's pretty nice. I did have like an aluminum sheet over it. I think at the time I even had some glass over it. It's stupid. It's large. I would go with a silicone heater that is even more stupid than this if I would do it again. I'd probably go with like a 1.5 kilowatt silicone heater and like a 6mm aluminum plate instead. But yeah, that's what I had. That's what I did to fix that issue. And most of the cheaper PCB heated beds unfortunately are subject to doing that nowadays. And when you order from China, especially with that sort of stuff, it's always a gamble. You never know if you're gonna get one that warps or flexes, or if you're gonna get one that is, you know, actually using proper materials. So yeah, for any decent heated bed, I would recommend something aluminum based, either like the PCB on the bottom and aluminum on top beds, or actually a silicone heater just taped to any sort of aluminum slab. Okay, so the first cycle, the first 2 cycles have run through. What tips did I miss on stream tip? 9 years 25 from Tom Finsler, thank you for that. 5 years from Mira Sumston, saying thanks for the great videos. Thank you for that tip. Well, hold on. there, maybe. I don't know if I've covered that one already, but 5 years from Benny Kofus. Thank you for that as well. Okay, let's actually get me out of the frame here because the overlay is annoying enough. Okay. Auto-tune finished. So there are our values. We're getting KP of 32, KI of 3, and KD of 90. Well, I guess that's these. What is it? M301. Because we can temporarily, set these in just RAM. H1, what the hell is H1? Heater number. Okay. H1, that must be H1. Okay. M301 H1 P32I3 D90. P32I3 D90. Got it. Let's heat it up again and see if it does that. If I how many scraps of filament do I have on my floor? Well, right now over here it's pretty good. There's only that bit from a second ago, but they do accumulate over time. Next time I run G29, look at the heat bed. Should I? I mean, I moved these anyways, so G28. Let's prepare that for the next print. Surprising amount of G-code usage here. Who's saying that? Komin V. And I just like it that way. I just like using the G-codes because I know them by heart pretty much. I feel like I have a very direct control over the machine by using the console in front of face. But you can do most of these things through an LCD as well. Now most of the stuff I'm doing here with the PID tune, I don't think the PID tune does that work through the LCD? I don't know, but you can definitely set the PID settings on the LCD and just not use the console as much if you prefer that. No touchy. Okay, that one might touch down. Yeah, that definitely touched down. That might. Oh, that also touched down. Yeah, I guess I would need to lower the. That also touched down. I would need to lower the probe slightly to accommodate for that. That one didn't. Cool. Wow. For now, whatever gets us adhesion on that little patch of blue tape. Yes, it touches a ton. It's just gonna have to be one of those things that I fix later, because right now it's time to get that print out. Ralph is saying he's using PLA bushings instead of bearings. And he's saying no difference in print quality whatsoever. Yeah, the again, the original Prusa was also using PLA bushings. That's pretty low. I was also using PLA bushings. That sort of worked. I'm not a fan of using like printed bushings like that because they wear and temperature resistance. That's like the two big factors I'm worried about. But they can totally work. Whatever gets you a precise mate between a sliding mate between your carriages and your rods can totally work. And yes, Renato, that bed is definitely warped. I'm not going to deny that. The hope was to have the auto mesh bed leveling fix that and compensate for that, but it's not looking like it does too good of a job for that right now. How are the temperatures looking? 211 of 210. We are looking much more consistent if you have a look over here. It does slightly drop below. The fan is not running yet though. That's the big catch. The fan is still static. Now it's turning up, and 208, 206. Ooh, that is dropping quite heavily. And let's see, we're at 204. And it's heating as much as it can. Let's see, if this doesn't crawl over 205, then we are going to have an issue. Okay, so it's crawling up. Otherwise, well, you know what? Let's just reduce fan power just a tiny bit. I don't think we are going to have to keep it at full power. Let's just put it at 220. And that might just give it a bit of an easier time to maintain its temperature. Yes, the inductive probe did trigger. If you head over here and look at that, that is actually that's the matrix we're getting from the bed, which is very inconsistent. But those are all the trigger points that we got. And again, it is dragging through the previous layer. The first layer was a bit too low. Might actually be able to pick off that bit of material if you're quick enough. Yes! Well, I just pushed it back, didn't I? It's gone. I got blown off. Okay, by the part cooling fan. You can control a fan with that board. Yes, you. Yes, you can. It uses one of the power outputs. The RAMS has 3 power outputs. One is used for the heated bed, one is used for the hot end, and the last one is used for the part cooling fan. And the hot end fan is always on. And unfortunately, no, the E3D sock will not fit. That sock is made exclusively for the thermistor cartridge hot ends, the newer ones. It does not fit on the old blocks that use the clamped thermistor on the side. Power supply bump. We could do this if I knew where the potentiometer on this one is. This is a Meanwell supply, a genuine one. Yep. Right over there. There. That's the Meanwell supply. It might have a potentiometer if we just peek our fingers down this side, but I can't really get at it right now, and I'm not even sure if there is one. Thank you for the 5-year tip, Michael. Kampa, South Tyrol. Okay, so that is definitely one that I'm not supposed to pronounce in an English way. But yeah, greetings back to Tyrol. Rafts? Who's using rafts? Yeah, Rolfie, you can use the outputs on the RAMs whichever way you like. You can get rid of the part cooling fan and add a second extruder, or you can get rid of the heated bed and add a second extruder. Or you can get rid of both and just use 3 extruders. That totally works. So yeah, not a great board, but Marlin firmware and all the other firmwares that run on it can make very flexible use of the. Yeah. can make very flexible use of the outputs that are available. Okay. Yeah, rafts are weird. You know, in the early days, which are the days that I started 3D printing in, you were printing everything with a raft. It was just like The Verge, where the first few crazy folks were going like, yeah, we can do raftless printing. Our beds are good enough now. We can do it. And everyone else was like, nah, I'm gonna use a raft on my cupcake CNC because there's no other way to print on it. But yeah, I don't think you need to be using rafts these days. It's like it's a bit of a hack. By the way, just look at those. Look at that z-axis. Look at the work it's doing. I'm guessing it's doing something, but we are getting that big motion right now. That was z-hop, where it actually lifts the nozzle a bit as it moves. You can actually see the entire carriage moving up and down. And it's also very heavily compensating for that warp bed. So I'm guessing something's working. Even though, I mean, if you look at the rods, they do wobble. They do wobble around quite a bit. But yeah, that is looking fabulous. And right now it works. Would an E3DV6 sock fit most clones, do you think? No, it will not, because most clones are the clamp thermistor, and the socks are exclusively for the V6.1 cartridge thermistor blocks. So, yeah. No, that's not going to work, unfortunately. Not tried the rearms yet. Blue wire on the fan is speed control, PWM. Oh, that's cool. So we wouldn't even have had to use a power output for that. D-Bone has been asking 12 volt 20 amps or 30 amps. Which one should you use? 20 amps is enough for a 3D printer with a heated bed, but it's just barely enough. If you can get a 30 amp for the same price, then I don't know, go for it. What is the one thing I would replace? The one thing? Yeah, so heated bed, obviously. I guess that is a very obvious choice right there, because the heated bed has two issues. First of all, it is extremely thin, so it's really warped, and second of all, it's the wrong voltage. It doesn't even heat. It heats to like 35 degrees and then it just sits there. But yeah, that would be an obvious replacement. Maybe for one of those $13, $14, $15 thicker aluminum ones, that would probably be enough. The Malian M150 was using one of those, and that would probably be the perfect fit. Anthony, thank you for the $5 Australian tip. Enjoy your build. I mean, I guess I've proven that it can work. These are... Well, let me think. These are pretty much the exact parts that I've got on toms3d.org/dolly that I've got listed there. Pretty much. The variables you still have are, well, the power supply, but the power supply isn't going to change anything. The variables you still have are the motors, but these are like the standard type motors, so you're not going to be able to deviate much there. The heated bed obviously, so go with a one that's a bit more decent. But otherwise, this is exactly the machine that I've got listed. I think, yeah, pretty much. I did add the spiral wrap for the cables, which is something that is not listed yet. But granted, it is an optional part. You don't need it. You can also go with zip ties, but it's not like a must-have part. But it's highly recommended. PAD auto tune. Yes, we already did that. How about the Arduino I replaced? That's just one of those things you can't really predict. You might get a dud every now and then, and this is just one of those cases where, I don't know, this isn't an audio unit that I freshly ordered. This is just one that I had sitting around. It might have been sitting in the parts bin for a reason, because obviously it wasn't working. But yeah, that just happens. Obviously, if you get one that doesn't work, that you can't program, complain about it to the seller. Use the AliExpress customer protection, purchase protection thing. That actually works pretty well. But you will need to upload like images or videos or something. So a screenshot of the program and it working might be a good option there, a good thing to do. Brandon is asking, do I still do consulting on non-standard large builds? Well, still. The thing is, I'm spending so much time on just video and core YouTube job things. I don't think I have time for like hardcore consulting stuff. I would like to do it more, but I don't think I can. I don't think I should. It's a little over extrusion, someone's saying. I like it that way. I like it nice and juicy. Yeah, YouTube's not a bad job to have, though. That's true. That is true. 1-inch plywood for the heated bed. Probably too thick. Yeah, but what I am sort of starting to get into and planning and maybe gonna do this year is like working on a custom machine build product that I don't manufacture because I don't have the means to actually manufacture a machine and ship everything out and do logistics and support. I would just be like a, I don't know, brand name and engineer consultant sort of guy. That could be a fun project. You know, actually being able to tell people how to build a 3D printer and actually having them play by what I think a 3D printer should look like. This obviously is not it, but that could be a fun thing. Obviously it's not going to be cheap, and it's not going to be small, and it's not going to have just a single extruder, because single extruder machines in 2017 are so lame. But yeah, that might be something that's going to be happening later this year. That's something I'm looking forward to if we manage to pull it off. I'm on a boat. Don't know if I can't really do stuff that is copyrighted because YouTube's gonna scold me hard for that. Okay, what do you think of the Prusa for material upgrade? I don't have it yet. I can't really have a real opinion on it, but I like the concept. I just don't know how well it works in practice. That's the thing. I am missing the Tom approved 3D printer. All you can get only $1,200. Actually, if you build stuff yourself, if you buy all the parts yourself for $1,200 or $1,200, you can get quite a beast of a 3D printer. But on the note of the Tom approves badge, I've been googling myself day before yesterday, and obviously you do read commentaries and forum posts and Reddit and stuff on people discussing stuff I talked about and discussing the YouTube channel. And there's some people that are like, you know, as soon as you like started giving out like weird badges and stuff, and I don't know, can't really trust that guy. And that got me thinking: is it really a good idea to like give out badges for specific products? It's like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the reviews I'm doing with like the style of review I'm doing with not like giving a star rating or like a 5 out of 10 or 95% recommended thing. I like that style. I like giving you the information that you need to make a decision on your own. I don't really like rating stuff on a, okay, this thing is better than everything else in every way. Because every printer has its own niche. Every printer has its own use. So, yeah, not sure how I'm going to go about that in the future. But I guess I'm going to figure something out. Thank you for the tips from Tesla66. Thank me for all the work. But thank you for being here and watching and joining in the live chats. That's what makes my job worthwhile for me. And Manga's saying enjoyed the series. How long did it did it take to get the ordered items from AliExpress? Okay, so here. By the way, when I was 14, I had shoulder-long, bleached blonde hair. I'm not going to show you the picture, but I'm just reminded of that. Sincere note on AliExpress on ordering times. Shipping times from China can be extremely unpredictable. It can be 10 days, 10 working days. I've had that. It can also be 2 months. Then you complain to the seller, hey, my stuff didn't get here. And then 2 months later, it finally arrives. It is extremely unpredictable. So in this case, I did actually have to reorder a few parts from Germany because they didn't arrive in time. What was it? Oh, 3 parts. Yeah. I ordered the end stops that are not in the bag anymore. These guys with a wire, these tiny end stops, they are 34 cents from China. Including the wire, they are €3.20 from Germany. So 10 times as much. Order 3, I only needed 2, but whatever. That's like the thing you have to, yeah. Well, the thing I had to order. The other thing was the ramps. That one just never arrived. I ordered that 3 months ago. Didn't arrive yet. The ramps and the wiring set. Yes. The set of pre-crimped wires. I don't think I actually used these. Because most parts came with wires anyways. But this one also never arrived from China. So I had to buy this one from Germany, and this also was like $10, whereas from China it's $3. Also the ramps I think was $12 or something, whereas the Chinese one is $3. And obviously it's the exact same product, just from a seller that is local, that has imported the stuff for you, so you don't have to worry about that. So yeah, that's just the trade-offs you have to make. If you want to get your stuff quick, you can order it from a local seller. You're going to get the exact same stuff, but it's going to be much more expensive, but you're going to get it faster. The Google search begins. There might have been like a Google Plus post about 3 years ago of a picture of me on a bike. And I have to see if I can find that. Maybe one of you can find it. There are flames involved in the propane tank. Oh, grab that pink quality. So yeah. So what's the thing about turning the x-axis motor to the other side? It's gonna work just the same, but it's gonna preload the axis differently. Whatever. DigiClaimant is asking about 3.75 degree stepper motors instead of the 1.8 or 0.9 degree ones. The 3.75 degree motors are easier to find. I don't know, but they're probably cheaper. They're a cheaper version of the motors. If you can find them in NEMA 17 size with the torque that you need, which probably is around 30 kilogram centimeters, so 0.3 newton meters. If you can find them with that torque, go for it. It's probably going to be fine. The micro stepping does a bit, helps a bit, not as much as you think, but it helps a bit. And for like XY, a 3.75 degree motor should be okay. It should be fine. You're going to see a bit more tree ringing. Google that, 3D printing tree ringing. You're going to see nice pictures of what that effect looks like. Essentially, if you have like an apple-shaped piece, you're going to have like rings where your axis just moves in increments, in distinct increments, instead of moving smoothly. So, yeah. If you can find them with the torque, I mean, go for it, try it. For the ZX, it's probably gonna be fine. For the extruder, for a direct drive extruder, probably not the best thing either. How much torque? 40 kilogram newton centimeters. 40 torque. What is the standard eBay unit for stepper motor torque? eBay stepper motor. Yeah, 40 torque or 30 torque. 30 torque is pretty okay, but 40 torque is like my preferred amount of torque from a stepper motor. Is it newton centimeter? Gosh, yeah, newton centimeter. Okay, 30 newton centimeters. Is like the absolute minimum I'd recommend for a regular 3D printer setup. The thing is, once you go above that, you are gonna see motors with more maximum current, and if you don't feed them their maximum current, you are not going to get more torque out of them. The thing is, you are just getting that overhead. Like if we take a rough feel on the x-axis here, the x-axis is like probably around 30 degrees. The z-axis is totally cold. The extruder also around 30 degrees. These have a ton of current overhead. You can see the printer is working just fine with the amount of current we're getting, and we're probably getting around 10 newton centimeters, if at all, out of these motors right now. That's the torque they are producing at max right now. So, you know, having motors that have a higher torque allows you to have a higher current limit, so it allows them to run cooler. That's pretty much all there is to it. Something like the Tiny Nemo 14s are borderline usable. The Sigma uses them with trinamic drivers. The trinamic drivers are very good at keeping them from skipping steps. But with a regular setup, I wouldn't recommend the trinamic drivers at all. How heavy can the print bed be with a 14 newton centimeter motor? Is 5 kilograms okay? Nope. 5 kilograms is too much. However, you can get away with a moving axis assembly as heavy as you want if you reduce speeds and accelerations low enough, and maybe gear down your motor with a small pulley. But yeah, the heavier your axes are, the lower you're gonna have to set accelerations. So. There is math to it. You can do like the proper math on what amount of torque you need for what sort of an acceleration. So, yeah. Christopher R, I don't think you can post links. You know what? Let me just click that button and you will be able to post a link. Go ahead. Z-hopping is you know, just an easy means to keeping your 3D printer from running through the previously printed lines. It keeps your hot end from catching on the print, and it keeps it from dragging those artifacts on like top surfaces. So, yeah, there's not really a disadvantage of it, because the printer will retract the filament pretty much at the same time as it does the Z-hops, so you're not really losing anything. So, go ahead and enable it. Even if you just do like a half a millimeter or something, that's already nice. Why did I break that apart? Yeah, Kevin Moreno, that is exactly Z-Hop. Stephen Longley is asking, when printing ABS, is 245 degrees Celsius hot enough? He's getting weak layer adhesion when printing at this temperature with 0.2 millimeter layers. It depends. So if you check out the ABS printing in an enclosed chamber video I did, essentially what it comes down to is ambient temperature makes much more of a difference than your printing temperature. I found that even just like a 10 degree or 20 degree bump in ambient temperature makes a huge difference when it comes to how well your layers are going to stick. So if you print at a, what is it, I've got a thermometer here, 18.3 degrees, which is somewhat cool. Wait. 18 degrees is somewhat cool for printing ABS. If you print at 28 degrees, that works so much better. That gives you probably like 3 times the layer adhesion already. So yeah, ambient temperature, huge difference. Print temperature can somewhat make up for that, but you will be introducing some print artifacts instead. Yeah, Champ Squad 2 asking about total cost again. I've not done the math yet. I've not counted everything up yet, so I don't really have an answer to this. Dennis Sapper asking about stuff printing too well to a PEI sheet. What I usually do is I use glue stick over PEI just to protect it. Like flex filaments will stick extremely well. PETG can stick extremely well. And yeah, I've not had PLA stick too well, but just glue stick over it, thin layer, that's going to protect it pretty well. I don't know American wire gauge. I have no idea what that is in square millimeters, so I don't really have a reference for how thick that is. But in case of doubt, look at just the regular tables for current ratings, and maybe leave a bit of safety there, and then yeah, that should be a good guide of what your wire gauge should be able to handle. But I would do a thicker wire gauge if I could, especially with irregular heated beds, because the higher or the thicker your wire is, the less voltage drop you're going to have. So you're going to get more power out of your heated bed if you don't waste any power in the wires. So there is a bit of squeeze out on the bottom as it looks, but that appears to just be on camera. By the way, if you can see, that's the E3D Titan motor that was the original E3D stepper motor that I got with the original Titan. So there is a bit of inconsistency just on the bottom there, but the rest of the print is looking very good. I don't know, did posting the link not work, Christopher? Try again. I don't know why it wouldn't just show up. I guess YouTube does silently mod? And Nightbot shouldn't touch moderators, so I don't know. Kevin is asking, is there going to be a new Titan? Well, there is going to be a new product from E3D soon. They've posted something on Twitter today. I can't really tell you what it is, I can't really tell you if it's related to Titan or not. Or if it's related to hot ends, or both. Who knows? But there is going to be something coming up. And it's pretty awesome. I have it. It's the logical next step. But I have no idea what the 4 is about, to be honest. I have totally no idea. I didn't sign an NDA. I'm like not officially. Yeah. I've not officially signed anything, but I think it's just like good practice to not spoil the surprise and not give away product details before you've actually gotten the okay from the manufacturer, in this case E3D. 4 days until launch? That would be 26th. That's on a weekend, isn't it? Or is that Friday? One, two, three, four. That's Sunday. I don't know. I don't think they would launch anything on a Sunday. Short recap of print settings for this Benchy. Exactly the same as the original Mark II. In fact, this was printed with or sliced with the original Mark II slicer with the original Mark II profile. Yeah, so people have been posting or referring that boat propeller video on 3D material strength, essentially, and the one takeaway people always get from that is, hey, carbon isn't that strong. The problem with that is, if you've seen a few of the Philoween videos, not every fiber material is made equal. In fact, there are some that just totally outright don't get any strength benefit at all from fibers, be it wood or carbon or any other fiber, up to some that just, work fabulously with the fibers, where it improves stiffness, as in E modulus, but maintains strength and flexibility and like durability. That's the word I'm looking for. So it's it's not a universal answer. That video actually does not say which material they're using, whether it's a PETG, a nylon, a carbon-filled PLA. It's they don't tell you what material, not even what brand or type they're using. So them having a carbon fiber bolt propeller fail as pretty much the only thing that failed that spectacularly. I don't know how scientific that is if you don't even tell your viewers what material you're using, but it's not a universal answer. It's not something they can universally transfer to any fiber-filled material. Gabe Sana says, if your hot end is leaking, if it's on your printer, maybe do the official E3D-V6 assembly. If it's your other hot end, maybe seek out a doctor. Get some professional help. Has anyone felt the pic of Tom with long hair? Let me just... Okay, let me look that up. So I probably posted that. I have no idea if I can find it. Yeah, I've had an old what the hell is this? This doesn't belong here. I don't know, profile picture with slightly longer hair, but that doesn't qualify. Post ID. Okay, so I guess I can just Google that. Benchy's coming out really nicely. Of course, with the new Google Plus interface, it's probably somewhat hard to find. I can't find it. August 21st. Let's see if that post ID works. Nope, that's giving me a 404. Whatever. Okay. Just click on any of your posts and edit the URL. That doesn't work! Michael, you cannot post a link, unfortunately. Post ID. If that is the correct... Nope. August 21st. I don't know if I can search by date. Nope. Trying to Google stuff here, but this print is never gonna end up on eBay. Part-time Ronin, if you can, like, you should be able to post links, right? As a mod. Have I heard of the Rigid Bot? I think I am in the Google Plus Rigid Bot community just as a lurker, essentially. Because someone posted something and wanted me to comment on it. And I don't know, you keep reading posts of this not working, that not working, but I guess that's common with pretty much every 3D printer. So I don't really know if that's a bad or a good thing. I don't know, that link is literally not working for me. I don't know what's going on there. This printer sounds very quiet in person. Sounds very quiet. Is it in person? It is mostly quiet. It's most of the noise is from the stepper motors, but I do have the microphone on my face, so it doesn't. My voice is going to be much louder than the printer. So if I shut up for a second and move this or get this thing roughly 1 meter away from the printer, you are going to see the decibel reading right there. That's on average like around 52 decibels, which is on the quiet side. Definitely. It would be weird if I wasn't able to see my own accounts or my own posts. That top surface finish though, wow. I must admit I might have managed to grab like a genuine E3D nozzle. I'm not entirely confident that this is a fake or clone or rip-off nozzle, because I did manage to throw them all in the same bag, which in retrospect I shouldn't have done. What's the loudest part of the printer? Definitely the motors, because again these are just the regular Allegro drivers. So yeah, if we would drop in dynamic drivers in here, yeah, these would be, you know, the entire machine would already be much quieter. The fans, actually, like the hot and the part cooling fan, they are okay. They're just like that constant, you know, noise. But right now, motors plus like this this table right now is slightly resonating. It's slightly amplifying just the vibrations we're getting from the motors, which is a topic, which is something that you are getting much more noticeably with the Allegro drivers versus something like dynamic drivers. DRV are very sensitive when it comes to what motors you're using. Ah. Why was I not able to view that before? But yeah. Either one can work. Okay. And that was actually before I bleached my hair, I believe. But always rocking the Birkenstock. But yeah, that was an old woman's bike with the propane tank in the center there, and a valveless pulse jet, which is like the World War II V2 propellant, or the V2 engine essentially. That thing was awesome. It didn't propel the bike at all, but it made a hell of a noise, and it was fun to build and to experiment with. Okay, enough of that. Yeah, the beans were strong that day. And that was over 10 years ago. That can't be legal in Germany. I have no idea if this was legal. It probably wasn't illegal. That's the thing. The thing is, it was in a residential area, so we did have people complaining and threatening to call the cops. You know how they are. That was my buddy's Opel. He wrecked it pretty hard very shortly after that. Lee Hodgson is saying genuine E3D nozzles have dots. They've not always had dots on them. The newer ones do have dots, yes. But the ones from that generation, like V5 and earlier, didn't have any dots on them. I don't think all the V6 nozzles even had dots on them. And the dots are something that were introduced somewhat recently. And it do still have quite a few pre-dot nozzles around. Yeah, okay, your standard Prusa slicer settings, both when it comes to infill layer height, or 0.2 layer height. But I think it's like 20% info or something. You can see like the 3-dimensional info there. Yep. That's roughly the amount of info we're getting there. Brandon Acre asking, he's getting decibel from a pair of NEMA 23s on the y-axis. Any way to quiet them down other than lowering current? Again, use dynamic drivers. They make drivers that have a bit more current. And I guess if you're using NEMA 23, you're not that worried about cost effectiveness or price in the first place. So the dynamic drivers are a bit more expensive than just your regular Toshiba ones, but they're definitely worth it. Stream is dead? What? Nah. Stream's not dead. Come on. Schlecht. Stream stopped for 10 seconds. YouTube is telling me it's... It's not getting enough data. That's weird. That was just now. Okay, but if it's back. That's okay. So yeah, I was recommending dynamic drivers for noise reduction, as I usually do. They are pretty awesome for that. They are pretty great for that. And they do make him. I don't think they make him with 2.8 amps, but they make him with at least 2.5. Look into like the 2660 and yeah, just check them out. They all use pretty much the same logic. So what are the print settings? DRV or A4988 depends. Depends on the motors you're using. The Allegro drivers work much better with low inductance motors, and the TI drivers work... Oh, we're getting extruder skipping. That's not good. The TI drivers work much better with high inductance motors. Ah. Okay, that's just filament pulling. Okay. This thing was skipping just now. You might have been able to hear it, just that clicking noise. We might also be able to see it in the print, maybe, maybe not. Maybe it was in the info and we got lucky. But it might show up in a second. The streamer stopped streaming? Nah, I didn't. You're late. Yeah, the the probe is pretty low, but it's not snagging on the print. It's not. It's just barely high up enough. Obviously, with a thicker bed, you might be able to raise it even further. Also, these probes, like the blue plastic part you're seeing there, legend has it that you are able to cut away a bit of that plastic and actually give you a bit of extra clearance. I don't want to recommend it officially. I haven't tried it myself, but legend has it that you can do that. By the way, if you want to hear me speak in German or, you know, getting the Bavarian dialect out, there are some older German and Bavarian dialect videos on YouTube on this very channel. So if you are interested in that, if that, you know, gets you hard or something, go ahead. have a look at those. Okay, something is skipping, which I'm not liking. Let's check how hot these drivers are. Okay, the little tiny heatsink is coming off. That is not great. And the heatsink is also pretty hot, so I'm just gonna lower current ever so slightly. Oh no, oh no. We actually need more current, not less. Okay, that's interesting. So that might be the hot end starting to jam. Because it was printing fine and all of a sudden I did have to increase current. I can't really explain that right now. But yeah. Will I come to Poland for the 3D printing days? There probably not. I've not got that planned or scheduled yet, but don't have that planned. Yeah. Where do you get the exe file for Prusa's edition? Let me show you. It is very easy. So we've got YouTube's live Creator Studio. Let's see. Prusa download. Prusa printable parts. Prusa drivers. Drivers, Windows version. That is the exe. That is exactly what you need, right there. Literally. That's the download you want. So yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I guess like it's great that Prusa sort of took over Slick 3R. It's not that the Slick 3R core project would be dead or non-existent. It's just that it's not seen a new release in like 1.5 or almost 2 years now. So yeah, I do like that Prusa is sort of taking care of that. It would be nice if it was somehow, you know, making its way back upstream to the original or main slicer Slick 3R project. I don't know, we're just gonna have to see. For now, it's fine. The Prusa Slick 3R works with every other machine. That there's nothing that the mainstream or regular Slick 3R can do that the Prusa Slick 3R cannot do. So so yeah, there's really no reason of not going with the new Prusa version. Full screen the move. What? Full screen what? The Z-axis move? We're asking about the Z-hop. This is just the automatic tramming. That's the hop. Hop, 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 hop. Every time it goes like that's the Z-hop. Just this regular movement, that is just the bed compensation. So I did ban a few people today for mentioning ANET and CoreNet A8. I might unban you later, but I don't know, maybe not. Let's see about that. There is something skipping again though, which I'm not enjoying. Bit extra current, just a tiny bit. Yeah, so print quality from the side you guys are seeing is good. Print quality from over here, I am seeing a few skipped steps. I am seeing a bit of inconsistency when it comes to layer thickness. That might also have just been me. Excuse me. That might just have been me bumping the frame. But yeah, I am gonna have to do just a print on itself and leave it going and just keep it still and get it printing. Why the ban? Probably for trolling about Core XY or for trolling about ANET printers, maybe? I have some layer separation, yeah, that is probably just the... well, PLA was is never going to see layer separation per se. It is going to see, yeah, like there, extruder skipped steps where the... where you're just missing plastic, but PLA is rarely going to pull itself apart. Atico, I don't know. Try me. If you bring it up in a friendly way, in a non-trolling way, then maybe. This guy really hates Core XY. No, I'm not hating Core XY. I think it's a nice platform. But what I am hating is people bringing it up as in like, oh yeah, it's the best thing ever. It's like the best kinematics platform ever. Everything else is crap, and then start trolling about it, and then bring it up in a way that is, you know, only intended to provoke me. So, yeah. Pretty much the same way with ANET. I have no dislike for ANET at all. But when people just bring it up, yeah, ANET is clearly better with that intention of just pushing my buttons, then yeah. People will be banned. Trolls will be banned universally. But again, I might unban a few people later on. Guys still here? Probably. Diorca is asking, is it worth upgrading from a Sanguinuino board to an Arduino Duo plus RAD? Do we hear skip steps again? Let me blow it, maybe that helps. Maybe. It's the usual answer with 8-bit boards. If the 8-bit board works for you, then why upgrade? If it does everything you want it to, then that's definitely skipping. Is that the? Yeah, that's the Sanguinuino. If the 8-bit board works for you, then why upgrade? Why change things? But like 32-bit does have so much potential. That's that was my very first rep board. I'm on manual focus, cool. That was my very first rep board. Hand soldered the thing. Obviously, it looks like crap on the back, but that was what we used back then. It has an Mega 644p in there, so. Yeah, definitely a different class of board compared to what you have today. Yeah, printed parts for a Mendel cost about $200. Yeah. Yeah, 3D Hubs is pretty expensive for 3D printed parts, especially when it's like 3D printed parts that eat up almost an entire spool of plastic. So maybe try a phablet instead. A Trinamic trams, yes, I have one. Yeah, this entire assembly is not happy. The extruder is definitely skipping steps right now. I can hear it just clicking away every now and then. I am not sure if it's a thermal shutdown. Doesn't feel like it. This thing is cool enough, but the heatsink on here is just very loose. Yeah. 5-year-old build, yeah. It would be nice to just have like a retro build. Just build. Yeah, someone mentioned that last stream. Build, I don't know, Salesmendel or Darwin or what was that post Mendel one? That smaller one. I don't know, but building one of those and using like old parts. I mean, it's definitely not fun. It's definitely not a fun build experience. I'm actually turning this the correct way. Okay, we are gonna see some artifacts in that area of the print right there. Huxley, yeah, that was the one. What parts would I put in the ultimate 3D printer? I'm really liking the independent axes on the independent x-axis on the Sigma. I feel like that is a great concept for dual extrusion, especially like with the wiper buckets on the ends. That is working pretty well. I'd scale it up to like 3 materials maybe. So you can have like dual extrusion, like a flexible and a rigid material plus PVA. That would be the dream. Make it big, have it probably around 40 by 40, if a bit more, maybe. Whole turn would be putting it to the original position. But yeah, 40 by 40 centimeters, so 400 by 400. That's 16 inches. Yeah, super powerful heated bed, obviously, and maybe Z-axis around 600 millimeters. Build it as a super massive frame. Have 3 spindles for the bed, 3 spindles, 1, 2, 3. So it's perfectly defined as a plane, and then give it like a bit of guidance on the back. Have the bed move up and down, and maybe put a core XY on the top. Nah, that doesn't work with independent x-axes. But yeah, something like that. It might be easy to build that as a delta, but not with independent not with independent axes. So yeah, Cartesian machine probably. 3 individually controlled extruders shared build volume. You can already do that. The stacker is actually doing that for the most part. How much did this printer cost approximately? I'd go with under 200 bucks. That's like the only final cost I'm willing to let you pinpoint me for right now. Under 200 bucks, but I can't tell you the exact price because I don't know it either. Am I not concerned about humidity affecting your filaments? Watch my video on the dry boxes, or on the dry box. There's a dry box of PET, of the high performance PET and nylon filaments over there. There's another one with Tallman filaments over there. These are just the regular ABS and PLA filaments that don't really care much about humidity. Plus there is a dehumidifier in here that keeps the room at a somewhat consistent humidity for the most part. So yeah, I am worried about it, but I know how to get rid of it. Under $200 for the whole thing? Yes. Depends on how much you pay for printed parts, but yeah. One motor for running the 3 screws, or a motor for each. 1 motor plus a belt probably. Maybe if it needs to be a NEMA 23, but 1 motor definitely. Would you leave this print, I guess that is printer, on all night? Yeah. Yeah, like the one thing that maybe after I clean up the wiring back here, because that is atrocious. You can just barely not see it on the camera angle, but there's a mess of wires back here. Maybe you can see it from the front. Also, no. But there's no wire management around the RAM port currently. After I clean that up, maybe, yeah, the hot end, the thermistor is clamped in there pretty well. Plus, Marlin does a good job of keeping the safety features enabled, so I sort of do trust that a bit. So yeah. Have you used the Repro Prusa i3 clone? What are your thoughts on them? I do not understand the question, I'm sorry. Go with a Do-It instead of a RAMs? Well, the problem is the Do-It is about as much as this entire printer, so... Well, I guess we could start upgrading everything. Do I know about Taobao? Why is everyone asking that? Yes, I know about Taobao. Brandon Doyle designed a printer that revolves 360 degrees and prints from the center. Yeah, those are called... names. Polar printers. They're a horrible idea. Don't build them. Please, don't. Yeah. Okay. Can I elaborate on the independent x-axis I mentioned? Just have a look at the Sigma R17 or the BCM3D Sigma. You'll see what they're doing. What is my perspective on the TiVo Tarantula printers? I don't have a TiVo Tarantula. I've not built one. I can't really comment on them. I've built two of the other TiVo machines, which are there and there. The Little Monster seems decent. The Black Widow I can totally not recommend, but I can't really transfer anything onto the Tarantula for that matter. Let me actually see if the Sigma is finished. No, it's not. It's another 3 hours out. I might have missed a tip of £5 British from Comin V about 10 minutes ago, but thank you for that. Do you have an SLA machine? I do not have one. I might get a Form 2 at some point, but I don't own one. They're awesome. They print really well. Materials are different than what we have with filament-based ones, but they're awesome. They're expensive and a bit more finicky, but they're awesome. How long till the print finishes? I don't know, we can make it finish whenever we want to. So it's 27 minutes. I don't know, guys. It's almost 1 a.m. here. Oh, Mega Making, it's 8 a.m. for you. I'm sorry about that. It's almost 1 a.m. here. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. I guess I need to get to bed, sort of. I guess it's nice that we can have you guys in different time zones attend, but sometimes it's kind of hard for me. So, you know what? I am going to not stop streaming, but I'm gonna stop this print. I don't think I can wait for it to finish. Oh, that reached the end of the axis. I don't think I can wait for it to finish. It's nice having you guys around in chat and hang out and stuff, but you know, Priorities. I've started creating like extra 3D printing channels and YouTube channels and that sort of stuff. I might just stream some more prints of the machine on those eventually, maybe. Who knows? But I'll be in Sweden first. Okay, there is the printed benchy. You can see a bit of irregularity on the sides there, and on this side as well. That's something the original Prusa did not have. It looks somewhat periodic, but I can't really pin it down to it being a Z-wobble. Is this actually an autofocus? Yes, it is. Okay. So it's tracking my fingers. These steps up here aren't perfectly even either. I really need that manicure. This might be just me pushing on the printer, especially in this area up here. In that time frame, I was like messing with the extruder. You can also see like gaps in the side here. There are definitely gaps over there and over here. So yeah, I'm not sure if that is just from the extruder crapping out at the end. But like the surface on the bottom here, this like plain surface. Look at that shimmer. That's looking very good. It might be just a tiny bit over extrusion, but yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy so far. I guess the print quality is at least decent. Yeah, again, these inconsistencies, they might be Z-wobble. They might also be from the cheap Mark 8 clone, or Mark 8 style hopped gear on the extruder. But yeah, it's a printer. It works. The original one prints nicer, but it's also like 3.5 times as much, at least. So yeah, I guess that sort of concludes the experiment for now, for today. There's going to be more content on this project, on this machine, including like a build summary, build notes sort of style video. Let's reset that guy. Build notes, sort of upgrades as I add different drivers, maybe, who knows, different drivers, an LCD, Octoprint. I guess Octoprint is like the standard guide that works for everything. And yeah, and that inconsistency I do want to figure out. I'm gonna try and put an E3D Hobgoblin in here because those are pretty awesome. And just see if it goes away. If not, that's going to be something mechanical. That's going to be the Z-axis or something. I don't know. But yeah, that is the idea. But I guess, the power supply is nice and warm. I got cold fingers. But I'd call this success. I think that is pretty nice for building a 3D printer from OSB board. The thing is, those cutouts I did on the bottom here to make room for the bed screws, those are completely unnecessary and do make the frame a lot flimsier. So I might just put a few filler bits in there to stiffen it up. But yeah, for the caliber of 3D printer we built here with the ramps and like the super cheap, everything is the cheapest stuff I could find. I've seen other 3D printers print worse than this. Let's just leave it at that. But it's 15 till 1 a.m. so I am gonna head to bed now. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for joining in, keeping me entertained and chat. I hoped you found it entertaining, helpful, educational, whatever the reason is you come to these streams. To like the stream, get subscribed, use the affiliate links, whatever you want to do. Anyways, have a nice day. It is Wednesday here, so yeah, enjoy your day, have a good night, have a nice morning, afternoon, whatever time it is for you, and thanks for being here, and I'll see you in the next one. And also stay tuned, there is going to be some content coming up from Cebit and from Sweden. If you've got any tips or any suggestions for who I should be looking out for on at Cebit and at the Sweden convention, let me know. Tweet at me at Tom's3DP. There might be if I'm lucky, that might be the pop-up coming up right now. But tweet at me at Tom3P. Let me know who I should check out. And if you're there, I'm going to be at Cebit on Thursday and Friday. And Saturday and Sunday on the Sweden 3D printing meetup. If you see me around, or if you're going to be there, just come say hello. Stop me from doing video stuff. But yeah, now that's the reason why I do these tours. But okay, that's it. Good night, everyone. Have a nice one, and I'll see you there. Awkward waiting time while I wait to click stop stream. Otherwise, it cuts off a bit. I've got an antenna. Where?